Hi, everybody. Welcome. Opening game of the day. Kyler Ballard will pop that one out to short. And there is a pitch in and out as we get day number 2 of baseball underway. Showcase series at Southeastern, Louisiana. Cole Pepitone coming to the plate. Kyler Ballard, the one guy for Premier. Pepitone batting in the 2 spot. 3-hitter is James Fontenot. Reese LaPrairie is the 4 guy. Logan Daigle is batting 5th. Ground to short, picked up by Martin, goes to first and gets Pepitone on the 6-3. And there's 2 away for James Fontenot. Logan Daigle, the 5 guy. Justin Fontenot hitting 6th. Zayden Hebert 7th. Nate Smith 8th. And Braden Vedran is in the 9 spot. Braden Scoino getting the start on the hill for the Tigers. Parker Matt is behind the plate. Caleb Williams at first. Grant Lupe is at second. Shortstop Colin Martin. And Landon Rome at third. Lane Naguspak is in left field. Luke Burnell in center. Griffin Heimel in right. 2 gone, nobody aboard. That is floated foul by Fontenot. 5th day of July, so a warm start to the day. It's kind of what you expect in the South in July. Under absolutely clear skies, I do not see the first cloud. 83 should warm to 94. And might feel like 98 to 100 before the day is done. Air quality at 65, that's moderate. You've got temperatures 4 degrees above normal, north-northeast winds at 4, gusting to 8. UV index 3 and moderate. And there's a strikeout of Fontenot. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
1, 2, 3, top part of the inning. We head to the bottom of the first. Braden Scoino starting it off for the Tigers. Grant Lupe is the 2 guy. Colin Martin hitting 3rd. Caleb Williams 4th. 5-hitter Parker Mayette. Landon Rome in the 6th hole. Connor Dempster is batting 7th. Dre Richard is the 8-hitter. Griffin Heimel bats 9th. Luke Burnell 10th. And Lane Nagaspak is the 11-hitter. James Fontenot getting the start on the hill for Premier. Called Pepitone behind the plate. Nate Smith, the first baseman. And second, Zayden Abear, the shortstop. Kyler Ballard and the third baseman, Justin Fontenot. Reese LaPrairie is in left. Logan Daigle in center. And the right fielder is Braden Wiedrin. Scoino given a walk. And you've got a base runner on here in the bottom of the first. Southeastern Louisiana University home to the Lions and home this weekend to the Showcase Series. 5 games yesterday, a 5-game slate again today. And then 4 games, including your championships, tomorrow. And then Jerry Martinez weather says no rain today. Of course, it said that yesterday and had some rain. And it does say there's rains tomorrow. So watch tomorrow be the day we won't get rain when there's rain in the forecast. And today, as well as yesterday, there was no rain in the forecast, and we got it and could get it. 3-0 the count on Grant Lupe. Colin Martin to the on-deck circle. Last night's last game, a 45-minute 6th inning. Back-to-back walks, Scoino and Lupe. And a couple of base runners on for Colin Martin. But I bring up last night in that, okay, we're now due for a mercy rule game. We've had the long game. Haven't had the short one yet. You know, typically during a tournament where you got 14, 15 games, you got a mixture. So we didn't have any mixture on Friday. We had a solid 6 innings from every game. All 5 games. Yesterday going 6. High and away with a pitch to Colin Martin. And the count runs to 1 apiece. Caleb Williams to the on-deck circle. And generally speaking, in these games, you typically have, you know, maybe a 4 or 5 inning game that goes the 150, the time limit. Then you have a 7-inning game that'll be inside that 150. High and away to Martin. None of that yesterday. Every game going 6. Every game tightly contested. Even that last game that finished in 11-6, it was close going into the 6th. Low and inside and 3 walks in a row. Scoino, Lupe, and Martin on. And that's got Coach coming out to the bump to have a conversation with James Fontenot. Caleb Williams coming to the plate next. Just an interesting 6th inning, though, in last night's matchup between Louisiana, Mississippi Blue Jays and the UBO Henry team. Going into the top of the 6th, it was a 5-1 UBO Henry lead. Blue Jays got a couple of runs to turn it into a 5-3 game, but there were 2 gone. And then 11 hitters come to the plate with 2 outs, 8 score. And the Blue Jays turn a 5-1 deficit in the span of a half inning into a 6-run lead and wind up winning it by 5. Outside with a pitch, that'll go to the screen. Scoino will score. And it's a 1-zip Tiger lead. Lupe to third, Martin to second. And an even counted 1 on Williams. Parker Mann to the on-deck circle. That has popped up at first and Nate Smith. So 1 away for Parker Mann. Landon Rome to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss by Mann, La Prairie, Daigle, and Fontenot. When you get to the top of the second from Premier. Outside to even the count at 1. First opportunity to see Premier this year. Had the AEI Tigers at Nicholls State about 3 weeks ago. But a first chance to see the UBO team Premier. Two on pitch, it is too high in the count, 3-1. Three-1 offering. It is low. It is inside, and there is walk. Number 4 issued by Fontenot. And the base is loaded again. Yesterday, Major League Baseball. Your 4th of July winners. Red Sox beat the Nationals 11-2. And that is Williams who will come in to run with the catcher, Mann. As Landon Rome comes to the plate. Reds beat the Phillies 9-6. Cubs 11-3 over the Cards. Mets edge the Yankees 6-5. Twins nip the Rays 4-3. Mariners shut out the Pirates 6-0. In 10, Padres beat the Rangers 3-2. As the count evens at 1 on Rome. In 10, Blue Jays 4-3 over the Angels. Tigers 2-1 over the Guardians. Brewers beat the Marlins. A final of 6-5. On the inside part of the plate of the count, even at 2. I wonder how many they had in Miami for the 4th of July baseball. 16,000. That's a big crowd for them. Swing and a miss, and out will go Rome. And Fontenot picks up his first strikeout and second out of the inning. Orioles beat the Braves 3-2. Same score, White Sox over the Rockies. How about the Astros? 18-1 over the Dodgers. Royals beat the D-backs 9-3. A's 11-2 winners over the Giants. Another one into the strike zone, 0-2. And if you're Fontenot, if you can get out of the inning with 1 run plating, having walked 4, you're feeling pretty good. And he'll strike out Gunnar Dempster, leaving the bases loaded, and a single run comes in. drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. That is shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards. Top of the second, Reese LaPrairie starts it. Logan Daigle and Justin Fontenot due up in the inning, too. 4 walks, but a single run in the bottom of the first. Tigers got to feel, they're pleased with the lead, but felt like they were going to get more. If the Premier, they got to be pretty happy with just a single run plating in the bottom of the first. Did he go and appeal down to first? He did not. Well, we gave you all the Major League Baseball scores from a day ago. Let's see when your first Saturday game gets underway. Nothing until 1:10 this afternoon when the Rays and Twins meet. Thought there might be an earlier game on a Saturday, the 4th of July weekend. But nope. A 1:10 first MLB game. Three-2 offering a little bit inside and a walk given to LaPrairie. And Premier will get their first base runner. All total, there have been 5 runners, and every one of the 5 has been walked. And Logan Daigle going to get hit. So a couple of Premier runners aboard. Compliments of the hit batsman. Justin Fontenot to the plate. Zayden Hebert to the on-deck circle. Check swing, but he went. And it is 0-1 on Fontenot. Yesterday in the baseball played here in Hammond, Sports U18 and Bandits tie at 6. Star Scout 17, a 5-2 winner over the Blue Jays 19. Extreme Scout beats UBO Central 6-0. Stars 18 over Mississippi 18, 7-6. Blue Jays 16 over Stars 16, 10-4. Another hit batsman And now it is Premier who is loading it up. And Zayden Hebert coming to the plate. Nate Smith to the on-deck circle. And that'll get Coach out of the bump to have a conversation with Braden Scoino, who coasted in the first, 3 up, 3 down. But the right little bump here in the second. Walked La Prairie, hit Daigle and Fontenot. Also yesterday, Ace Academy Scout 6-4 winners over Mississippi Scout 16. Crushers Elite crushes Star 16, 11-zip. Louisiana Mississippi J16U, an 11-6 winner over UBO Henry. And Southern Impact beats Premier 7-4. Both of these teams coming out of Pool A. Premier 0-1. And this is the first Tigers game of the weekend. Fouled away by Hebert. The pool leader in A is Crushers Elite, Blue Jays, and Southern Impact. All with 1-0 marks as Hebert goes down. And there's one away for Nate Smith. But at the moment, Crushers Elite atop the standings, because then you go into those tiebreaker scenarios. And runs allowed is number 1. With 2-1 and make that 3 1-0 teams. And really, who is number 1 in the pool at this moment? A game in, not that significant. Popped up to Scoino, coming off the bump to make the catch of the Nate Smith flyout. And there's 2 gone for Braden Vedran. Top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. But there again, it'd rather be a game in on top of the division than at the bottom. So in A, Crushers Elite, Blue Jays 16, and Southern Impact all 1-0. Premier is 0-1, Star 16 0-2. Tigers getting their first game in. Swing and a miss by Vedran. In the 16U B pool, Ace Academy Scout 1-0. Louisiana Mississippi J16U 1-0. Mississippi Scout 16 and UBO Henry 0-1. Capitals 15, Extreme 16, and B7 will play their first games today. Two gone with the bases loaded. Got your even count at 2. A couple of balls, couple of strikes, and a couple of outs. Richard, Heimel, and Burnell. When you get to the bottom of the second for the AEI Tigers. Foul back by Vedran. 18U standings. Everybody has played a game. And in A, Star Scout 17, 1-0. Sports U18 and Bandits 0-1. And Blue Jays 19, 0-1. In B, Extreme Scout and Stars 18, 1-0. UBO Central and Mississippi 18, 0-1. Strike 3 and out will go Vedran. Tigers left it loaded in the bottom of the first. Premier leaves it loaded in the top of the second. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. Bottom of the second, Trey Richard leading it off. Griffin Hammond and Luke Burnell 2 up in the inning, 2 as the count evens at 1. Next here, Blue Jays 16 and Crushers Elite. As got a swing, a miss, and out goes Richard. And Fontenot, who had the rocky start, walking 4 out of the first 5, is now fanned 3 in a row. Griffin Hammond sending it back to the screen, foul. At 1:30, Stars 16 and Southern Impact. 3:45, UBO Central and Mississippi 18. And it's 6 o'clock tonight here. Stars 18 and Extreme Scout. You got a pair of 9 a.m. games this morning. This one and at Denham Springs, Ace Academy Scout and Capitals 15. And then a pair of 10 a.m. starts at Albany High between Extreme Scout and Mississippi 18. And at Southwest Mississippi Community College between Blue Jays 19 and Sports U 18. Swing and a miss, another K. That is 4. So Fontenot has drawn it even. Walks and strikeouts. And there's 2 gone for Luke Burnell. Lane Nagaspak to the on-deck circle, top of the order in the top of the third for Premier. Low and away with a pitch, 2-0. Games with a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. That is not a drop dead 150. It's a no new inning 150. That's why last night we had about a 2 hour, 15-minute game. That goes behind Burnell. Three balls, 1 strike. And that is fouled away to run the count full at 3-2. Alumni Field, which holds 2,500, but has seen 3,700 here. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. 5 consecutive Fontenot Ks. We go to the third in a 1-zip game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Got a base runner aboard. That is Kyler Ballard, who will reach compliments of the Land in Rome error. Well, we haven't had many today put in play. But one put in play there, and the game's first error is registered. Over to first with a throw. Back safely is Ballard. Cole Repeton coming to the plate. James Fontenot to the on-deck circle. Rolled out to Scoino, but Repeton has done his job moving the runner Ballard over. Tying run into scoring position for James Fontenot. Fontenot struck out looking in the first. One of 3 strikeouts for Scoino. And already, just a couple of innings into the game, we have had a total of 8 strikeouts. It's been an interesting first couple of innings. You've got a total of 8 strikeouts, the two teams combined. You have a total of 5 walks, 2 hit batsmen. So 7 runners put on by the pitcher. And 8 potential runners taken out by the pitchers. Reese LaPrairie is on deck. 1 away with a runner at second. Tying run in scoring position. Top of the third. Lots of time left. Time limit wise, we're only about 36 minutes into the game. Fontenot the last out in the first inning. Two gone with a strikeout of Fontenot. Reese LaPrairie to the plate. And for Scoino, that is strikeout number 4. Big lead off second by Ballard. Trying to attempt a throw, teased one from Mayette. Fouled away and an even count at 1. 1 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the third. First 5 games today. We'll have 4 tomorrow, including the championships in 16 and 18U. On the outside part of the plate, Hammond, Louisiana. I went through all my, Hammond stuff yesterday. Who's from here? Even mentioned Charlie Rich, who died here. Down to third, in with the stolen bases batter. And again, if you don't know who Charlie Rich is, you're young. Better known as the Silver Fox. Had some big country hits. As that is foul, tipped back into May and Smith. 1 runner stranded, nobody scores, 2.5 done in a 1-zip game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Bottom of the order to the plate, Lane Nagaspak. Braden Scoino and Grant Lupe due up in the inning as well. Premier gets their leadoff guy on, an E5 put Ballard aboard. Got in a second on the sacrifice, third with a steal, but Fontenot and La Prairie strike out. And Premier goes scoreless in the top of the third. Can Fontenot continue the string? 5 consecutive Ks. Rome, Dempster, Richard, Heimel, and Burnell. Outside of the strike zone with a couple of pitches, and there's another one. So walk of Nagaspak, that is the 5th walk from Fontenot. And it's got a lead off aboard for the top of the order, Braden Scoino. Grant Lupe to the on-deck circle. Back to Charlie Rich, though. Country singer, big hits behind closed doors. Hey, if you happen to see the most beautiful girl in the world. Yeah, that's the Charlie Rich. Was apparently on his way to Orlando back in, I don't know what year that was. Probably in 20, 25 years ago. Made a stop here in Hammond at a hotel. There's the game's first base hit delivered by Braden Scoino. And a couple of base runners on in the bottom of the third. And had a health-related issue that took his life here in Hammond. Guadalupe next. A little bit high, a little bit outside to Lupe, who walked in the first. So a game that had been hitless through 2.5 now has a hit. On the outside part of the plate. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Lupe. Strikes out K number 6 for Fontenot. And there's one away with Colin Martin next. $19.95, by the way. I'm researching. I'm Googling and doing baseball. It was 95 that Rich died in Hammond. Experienced a bout with a severe cough, got an antibiotic. Stopped for the night. Passed away in his sleep. Pulmonary embolism. Cause of death. Martin with a swing and miss. And I know you're going, it's the 4th of July. Think happy things, talk happy thoughts. And just a little Hammond history. Colin Martin with a walk in the first. Caleb Williams to the on-deck circle. High and away with the pitch. That is outside, a walk given to Martin, and the bases are loaded. It was full for the Tigers in the first, and they got a single run out of it. Now it is full in the third. Now goes back to third. Squino, your runner, in second, and Martin in first. Caleb Williams coming to the plate. Williams with a fly out to first in the first. Parker Mayette, the on-deck circle, Daigle, Fontenot, and Abear in the top of the fourth for Premier. Tigers, though, trying to add to the lead. Got a run from Scoino in the first. And now trying to get something out of the third. Two-0 pitch to Williams. Too far outside, 3-0. If you want to send it out of the park, which did not happen, by the way, yesterday, and you got to walk with the bases loaded to Williams. And Williams will pick up the RBI with Naguspak coming in from third. And the Tigers will double their lead. But to send it out of Alumni Field, 330 down the lines, 400 to dead away center field. Count evens up at 1 on Parker Mayette. Landon roamed to the on-deck circle. Mayette walked in the first. Low inside pitch. 7 walks, 6 strikeouts for Fontenot. Got the bases loaded with 1 away. Landon Rome on deck. And the count goes full. Here is the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, and out goes Maya. Landon Rome next. And Fontenot dead even now with strikeouts and walks, 7 each. High pitch to Rome, Gunnar Dempster on deck. And again, if you are premier, if you can get out of the third with just a single run plating, you're feeling good about the inning. High and away with a pitch, 2-1. And the count goes even at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, artificial turf until you get just past the infield. Outfield is natural grass here. As that is popped high into the air on the infield, and coming in from third to make the catch is Justin Fontenot. 1 run in, 3 runners stranded. It is 2-zip Tigers going to the 4th.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the 4th, Logan Daigle starts it. Justin Fontenot and Zayden Hebert. 2 up in the inning, 2. I was looking up AEI to determine what the acronyms stand for. According to AI, it is likely American Enterprise Institute, which is a conservative think tank exploring the economic aspects of tiger conservation. Okay. I would not have picked American Enterprise Institute as the name for AEI. But maybe so. And obviously got to be a Louisiana team. Everything in Louisiana is tiger or cat related. Okay, maybe not everything, but a lot. Fouled away by Daigle, which, by the way, last weekend when we were in Baton Rouge, I'm trying to think if it was the day on Monday or on one of those rain days, just zipping around the campus, and we did not know, we being me and my wife, as that's popped up in the direction of center. Over for the catch is Luke Burnell, and out goes Daigle. But Mike, the LSU Tiger, kept on campus. Got a neat little habitat we happened by. Shot right back up the middle. That will be the first premier base hit. And Justin Fontenot will deliver. So Mike the Tiger lives on campus at LSU. You probably knew that. I didn't. And found out by driving on campus, looking, and I was like, this looks like an animal. Very nice, but an animal compound. And there were people peering through glasses and open spots, so we stopped, and sure enough, the LSU Tigers kept on campus. I wonder, I kind of doubt if there is a Southeastern Louisiana Lion kept on campus. Zayden Hebert struck out looking in the second. On the inside part of the plate, good-looking pitch from Scoino. We don't have an all-names team, but if we did, I'd put Zayden on there. I like that. It's kind of a cool name. It's got X in there. You know, if you got an X as part of your name, as out goes Hebert. Can't go wrong. Two gone for Nate Smith. I have mentioned before, my parents love them dearly, rest their souls, but gave me some boring names. I don't have any cool names. First, middle, last, all ho-hum. If I could have like a Zayden, first name, or middle, Robert Zayden. But no. Nate Smith with a runner on. On the outside part of the plate to Smith. Braden Veeder into the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside. And the count runs even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Couple of outs. Here in the top of the 4th. First 5 games. Low and away, and the count full. Scoino has walked 1, hit 2. Fontenot with his lead at first takes off for second. There is a walk given to Smith. And you got a couple of runners on for Braden Vedran. Next weekend, the showcase takes us to Mobile, Alabama, and the University of South Alabama. 2 weeks from now, University of West Florida, Pensacola. 3 weeks, Orange Beach in Alabama. And our baseball coverage goes beyond the showcase. Got a Dixie Baseball World Series in Hattiesburg starting the end of the month. Cal Ripken World Series in Branson, Missouri. That'll be in August. Babe Ruth World Series in Jamestown, New York. About mid-August. Swing and a miss, and out will go Vedran. 2 runners stranded, 1 base hit. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Tigers by 2.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu. Got a base runner aboard. Compliments of the air committed over at first by Nate Smith. And Gunnar Dempster will get on. Ray Richard coming to the plate. Griffin Heimel moving to the on-deck circle. Got a new pitcher, Braden Vedran. James Fontenot working 3 innings.
facing 17. Struck out 7 and walked 7. Gave up a hit and a couple of runs. Dre Richard with a strikeout in the second. And hit by the pitch is Richard. That is the 8th Tiger put on by Premier Pitching. And you got a couple of base runners on for Griffin Heimel. Luke Burnell to the on-deck circle. I mentioned that World Series we're doing in Jamestown, New York in August. That's about an hour south of Buffalo. And I was there a couple of years ago in August. And they were complaining about the heat. And we had, I think our warmest day there was 74, 75 degrees. Coolest day there about 42 or 44 in the morning in August, and they're complaining. I'm like, have you ever been like in the deep south? That'll go to the screen. Dempster will go to third. Richard to second. Griffin Heimel with a couple of RBI chances. And the Tigers with an opportunity to add to the lead. On the outside part of the plate to Heimel, who struck out in the second. A little bit outside with the pitch. I reserve all of my weather-related complaining to the summer. I do not complain about the winter and the cold. I save it all for the heat in the summer and the humidity. Right up the middle, right between the legs of Vedran, but able to retrieve at second is Hebert. And get Heimel on the 4-3. However, Dempster will score. I don't think that touched Vedran. So instead of a 1-4-3, going with just 4-3. With one out, let's see if I can quickly squeeze that in and determine if that got him. Hard to tell. We'll go with the 4-3 that produces a run for Heimel. Luke Burnell sending it foul up against the screen. Lane Nagas back to the on-deck circle. Top of the order in the top of the fifth for Premier. A little bit outside with the pitch to Burnell. And an even count at 2. Low and away, full count. Burnell struck out looking in the second, one of 7 Fontenot Ks. Outside and a walk issued to Burnell. That will be the 8th walk from Premier Pitching. And Burnell, spotting that Vedran was not looking, takes advantage and makes his way to second. Just aggressive base running. A little bit inside to Nagaspak. He walked and scored a run in the third. Tigers haven't scored a bundle of runs, but one in every inning but the second. High pitch to Nagelsmann. Braden Scoino on deck. Outside with the offering to Nagelsmann. Man goes behind Nagelsmann. He's given a walk, goes down to first, and the bases loaded for the third time in 4 innings. Artificial turf here at SLU, which can be 20 to 50 degrees hotter than natural grass. On warm, sunny days, temperatures can range 120 to 180. Shot over in the direction of right field, and that will drop foul by Scoino. Scoino's got the only Tiger base hit of the game. And according to information, synthetic turf can melt shoes, blister hands and feet. How hot is the turf on 90-degree days? Between 130 and 160. Scoino awaiting the pitch. It will go behind him. And it's an even count at 2. Got a feeling that, you know how things improve? Artificial turf improving, and eventually there's going to be some kind of aeration to give a cooling effect. High with the pitch to Scoino. Heck, it may already be in place in some of the big stadiums that can afford that kind of thing. Fouled away by Scoino. He walked and singled. Walked in the first, singled in the third. Back to the plate in the fourth with 1 away, and the bases loaded. Shot over towards right again, but again it is foul. Chase given by your new right fielder. I think that's your former pitcher, James Fontenot. And that's going to hit Scoino. He'll go to first. Richard will score from third. And Wiedemann has hit his second. And I think coach has already indicated coming out of the dugout that he's about to make a change on the punt. Takes the baseball, and I believe he has summoned Logan Daigle. So Daigle takes over when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Logan Daigle. Braden Vedran will go back into right field. And moving into center field for Daigle is James Fontenot. Vedran worked a third of an inning. Faced 6, no strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hit batsmen, no hits allowed. And thus far has allowed 2 runs, but is responsible for all 3 currently on. On the outside part of the plate to Grant Lupe. Another one into the zone, and the count will run full. 3 balls, couple of strikes. Lupe with a walk and a strikeout. Got a piece of it. Foul tips it back into the mid of Pepitone. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Martin. Colin Martin has walked twice. And is sliced foul by Martin. Two gone in the inning. Tigers have not had that big inning, just consistently putting a run across here, run across there, and building a 4-run lead. Caleb Williams to the on-deck circle. Got a run in the first, a run in the third, and a play to 2 here in the fourth. High and away with a pitch. Martin walked, and that will bring in the run from third, Burnell. And it is still loaded for Caleb Williams. Williams got an RBI with the bases loaded walk an inning ago. He also popped out to first. Pops this one up in the direction of shallow center field. Got a couple of guys taking out after him, and Wiedrin and Fontenot on a collision course, but able to make the catch. Fontenot before Wiedrin got there. 3 are stranded, 9 left on by the Tigers, who get 3 out of the 4th. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. One pitch into the top of the 5th, and Kyler Ballard delivering with a single. That will be the second premier hit of the game. Cole Pepitone coming to the plate. James Fontenot to the on-deck circle. Ballard immediately taking off for second. Gets in with a stolen base. The new pitcher is Luke Burnell. Braden Scoino working 4 innings, facing 18. 7 strikeouts as that is bobbled at third by Rome. And that'll be the second Tiger error of the game. You got a couple of runners on. James Fontenot to the plate. Scoino, 4 innings of work, 18 faced, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks, a hit given up, no runs, and hit 2. Hit them back-to-back, Daigle and Fontenot in the second. Dropped over at first. Got the out and second, but Pipitone somewhat doing his job. Does let the runner come in to score. And there is one away with the bases cleared and Premier on the board. Popped up on the infield. Rome there for the catch at third. Fontenot with the fly out. And there's two gone for Reese LaPrairie. LaPrairie, a borrow from the Devils team. And thus wearing the Devils jersey. On the outside part of the plate to LaPrairie. He walked in the second, struck out in the third. Creeping up on the 90-minute mark, which would give us about 20 left. Are we going to have our sixth consecutive six-inning game? Kind of looking that way at the moment. Strike three on the outside part of the plate to LaPrairie. Burnell picking up his first K. It is the 8th for Tiger pitching.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the fifth in a 5-1 game. It is Parker Mayette who will start it off. Landon Rome, Gunnar Dempster due up in the inning as well. On the outside part of the plate to Mayette. It is a game that has seen plenty of runners. 15 have been stranded. It has seen a number of runs, 6 total, but has only seen 3 base hits. Logan Tagle, who came in and worked the last 2/3 of the fourth, begins the bottom of the fifth. Outside to Parker Mayette. Tigers trying to win their first pool play game. Premier trying to go to 1-1. Outside and a walk given to Mayan. That is the 10th Premier pitching walk. And Scoino coming in to run for Mayette, the catcher. Landon Romo for 2. He is struck out and popped out. Daigle, the left-hander on the bump. Scoino with his lead. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Rome, who was struck out and flown out. Struck out on the first with Fontenot on the hill, and was the last that Fontenot faced in the third. Couple of strikes to Rome. Gunnar and Dempster to the on-deck circle. Scoino with his lead at first. Swing and a miss, and Rome strikes out. That'll be the second Daigle K. One away for Gunnar Dempster. Outside with the pitch to Dempster. Ray Richard on deck. High with the pitch, throw down to first, going on back safely. Good to be back working with the Showcase Series. As I mentioned, I believe the 6th summer of working with the Showcase. On the outside part of the plate to Dempster. 3 more showcases that we cover in Mobile, Pensacola, and Orange Beach. Even counting 2 on Dempster. But as I mentioned, baseball continuing just about all year long. Scoino taking off. Pitch on the outside part of the plate. In with the stolen bases, Scoino. So a stolen base, but a strikeout of Dempster. We anticipate Showcase Series fall ball. We've got Prime 9 fall ball. Got another baseball event at Truist Park in Atlanta. That is all coming in the fall. Not to mention, our coverage of football begins at Bayside Academy football, Georgia Military College football. Probably more. High and away with a pitch to Richard. We sit down with the commissioner of the ACCC in about a week and a half, and I got a feeling, at least we're going to talk about it. Flag football. In debuts in the Alabama Community College Conference this fall. Richard struck out and got hit by a pitch. 1-2 Daigle offering outside. Griffin Heimel on deck. 2-2 pitch too far outside. I see Blue Jays here, and I think in the pen I see Crushers Elite. So the participants in the next ball game chomping at the bit. Strikeout of Richard. 1 walk, 3 Ks. Send us to the top of the 6th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the 6th, Logan Nagel starts it. Justin Fontenot, Zayden Hebert due up in the inning 2. Premier has out-hit the Tigers. Tigers, though, outscoring Premier. As we get into what could be the last inning. Unofficially 13 minutes or so left in your time limit. Daigle's been hit by a pitch and popped out to center. And that was all with Coino pitching. Now it is Luke Burnell. Burnell came in and worked the 5th, gave up a hit and a run. That a shot over towards right field. That will be an extra base hit. Drops into the corner and rolls. Griffin Heimel will track it down, but not before Daigle takes the turn and heads to third. A leadoff triple. And 90 feet away, the second run of the game for Premier. I mentioned both of these teams coming out of Pool A. Premier losing to Southern Impact 7-4. Tigers getting their first game in. If you're the Tigers, a chance to tie Crushers Elite and the Blue Jays and Southern Impact at 1-0. If you are Premier, a chance to get a half game of the division leader. On the outside part of the plate to Fontenot. 2 balls and a strike. He's been hit by a pitch and single. Just a little bit outside. Zayden Hebert is on deck. Bottom of the 6th, bottom part of the order for the Tigers, if there is a bottom of the 6th. It might depend upon what happens here in the top part of the inning. Outside with a pitch and a walk given to Fontenot. And a couple of runners on for Zayden Hebert. Hebert has struck out twice, both times looking, and both times to Scoino, who fanned 7 total. That is popped up right side. Heimel's got it, tagging his Daigle, and he will come in to score the second premier run of the game. Hebert with a sacrifice. Fontenot will hold it first. Nate Smith to the plate. Smith has walked and popped out at the pitcher. On the outside part of the plate, Braden Vedran is on deck. Count goes even, 1 apiece. Smith with a fly out to the pitcher was the second out in the second inning. The walk came with 2 gone in the 4th. On the outside part of the plate. One ball, couple of strikes. High and away, 2-2 count. Low inside pitch, full count, 3-2. One run in, 1 runner on, 1 out. Here in the top of the 6th, 6th consecutive game to go 6, and there is the strikeout of Nate Smith. That'll be the second Burnell K of the game, the 9th for Tiger pitching. And there's 2 gone from Braden Vedran. Vedran with a couple of strikeouts. 1 looking, 1 swinging. And both of the hands of Braden Scoino. And both ended an inning in the 2nd and 3rd. Low pitch, 2-0. We're still in that borderline area where we might go to the bottom part of the inning. There might be enough time to send us to the bottom of the 6th, regardless of the score in the top part. It's kind of teeter-tottering on the edge when the time constraints are concerned. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Vedran. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Burnell. It's outside. And a couple of runners are on. That is the second walk in the inning and game for Burnell. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Kyler Ballard. Ballard has popped out to short, reached on an error and single. 1 for 2 in the game. Has stolen a couple of bases. Scored a run as well. Outside with a Burnell pitch. One offering. That is into right field. And the bases are loaded. Tying run on. Go ahead and run at the plate. Second hit in the inning. Fourth in the game. And that might be it for Burnell. I think coach has indicated he wants, I believe, shortstop Colin Martin to come to the hill. But let's see if that is indeed the end result of the conversation. Bases loaded, top of the 6th. 2 gone. No, Burnell's staying. And it is Lupe now playing short, by the way. Dre Richard is at second. So the bases are loaded. And Cole Pepitone coming to the plate. 0 for 2 in the game. Ground into a 6-3 in the first. Sacrificed in the third. Reached on an error in the 5th. Too high, 2-0. Big pitch coming. Burnell does not want to run it to 3-0. Pepitone perfectly content with a 3-0, and that's what you got. Burnell's 3-0 offering. It is outside, a walk given, and the game gets closer. Fontenot will score. Vedran to third, Ballard to second. Pepitone with the RBI on the walk goes to first. And it is James Fontenot to the plate. Outside with the pitch to Fontenot. And you got to believe if you are the AEI Tigers, this is the guy Burnell's got to get to stay in the game. Wild toss going to the screen, putting on the brakes is Vedran. Not willing to chance running into the last out. And the count runs to 2-0. Fontenot has struck out twice and popped out once. He is 0 for 3. Reached La Prairie on tack, and that nearly got him. It did. He'll go down to first as a hit batsman. And it's a one-run game. Vedran will score. Here comes Coach. And that means Burnell's out. And the new pitcher is coming in.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Colin Martin. Luke Burnell will work an inning and 2/3. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Burnell faced 12, struck out 2, walked 3, gave up 3 hits. Has allowed 4 runs, but is responsible for the bases that are loaded. Off the bump to make the catch. That is Colin Martin, and that is your ball game. This one will go final. Let me compile the last inning numbers, and let's see if we can get you some totals. 1, 2, a couple of base hits. And it doesn't look like there were any errors. So here you go with the finals. In your opening game of the day, it's 5-3. AEI win. They will go to 1-0. Premier goes to 0-2. For Premier, a total of 4 hits, 1 error committed, leaving 9 stranded. They got a run in the 5th and 3 runs, and let's tack on 1 more. 5-4 final. 3 runs in the 6th. Meanwhile, the Tigers committed a couple of errors, got a single base hit, stranded 10, and got a run in the 1st, a run in the 2nd, 3 runs in the 4th, and they'll win it by 1. 5-4 your final. Game 1 of the books. Camera stays up, link stays live, audio panned down, and we will get your next game underway around 11:15.
Is that the left-handed kid? Yeah, that's right. He works at K9. Nice kid, too. Yeah, I think I did. He's like quiet. When he first started working out there. He's quiet, but he's got a lot of like he's really aggressive. Gets into it. I got him hit. That's what I'm saying. When you start seeing what type of damage the young brings, this is control. Right? Look, this is a team. Well, you've been there before. Yeah, that's it. These are guys working. That was his change. That's what I put in. This was in pitcher right.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 2 of our 5 to be played here at SLU on a Saturday and a 5-game Friday. Why not have a 5-game Saturday as well? And here's game number 2, Blue Jays and Crushers Elite. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson. Set to bring you the coverage, Jackson Fitzzuer. Starting things off. Is that the correct pronunciation of the last name? Well, probably not. But, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Got the Jackson right, I think. Jeremiah Spence is the 2-hitter. Amari Burks batting 3rd. Chase Termine is the 4 guy. Josh Begnaud batting 5th. Micah Rimitich is the 6-hitter. Sebastian Legier batting 7th. Jonathan Alford 8th. As that's dropped into left field, the base hit for Fitzzuer. On his way to second and a leadoff double will begin it for the Blue Jays. And we get your game underway at 11:18, which means what? A 1:08 finish, roughly, to get an hour and 50 minutes in. Every game thus far played here has gone 6 innings. We've had 6 games and 6 inning games. So you might be thinking, well, that means this is going to be a 6-inning game. Well, I'm thinking that somewhere along the way, you break the streak, and the odds currently are that this won't be as a result. Jeremiah Spencer to the plate. 8-hitter Jonathan Alford, Judah Thompson batting ninth. Damian Perez is the 10-hitter. Cooper Winters getting the start on the hill for Crushers Elite. As that is ground towards third, fielded there. And the throw to first will get the out. And I'm looking to see who plays third. It's not listed on the lineup card. But obviously there's somebody playing third. And Spencer wrapped into the 5-3. Fitzhugh will go to third. And there is one away. Well, when he turns his back, maybe I can pick up a number and give you a name. Almost turned the back. Just didn't quite. Well, we can get the other spots. Matt Steele behind the plate. Ground to third, throw coming to the plate. And the runner tagged out at home. And that is Aiden Bonvillion playing third, which I had him at first. But it is Grant Clement playing first. So there we go. Got it all sorted out. 5-2 put out and getting the lead runner. So it is Cooper Winters on the hill, Matt Steele behind the plate, and first Grant Clements. Second baseman is Foshi. Do not have a first name. Do have a first initial, E Foshi. At short, Luke Babin. Third, Aiden Bonvillion. Brock Wagas back in left. Seth Robinson in center. And the right fielder is Trevor St. Cyr. Chase Termine to the plate. Josh Begnaud to the on-deck circle. Top of the first, Blue Jays and Crushers Elite. And that one floated to short. Onto the grass to make the catch is Babin Termine with a fly out and a runner stranded after a half inning.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
for the fences on that one. That's how we say it in the Navy. You know, that's like, right. Gotta justify it. You would think a guy who'd spent all that time in the Navy would know how to say a fish name. I know, exactly. Salem. Yeah, like Salem. I say we're playing Salem.
Bottom of the first, Aiden Bonvillo starting it off. Luke Babbitt, the two-hitter. Matt Steele batting third. Cooper Winters fourth. Nathan Steele in the 5 spot. Trevor St. Cyr batting sixth. Hunter Miley is the 7 guy. Brock Waguspak batting 8th. Seth Robinson 9th. Grant Clement is the 10-hitter. And Mr. Foshi batting in the 11th spot. Jeremiah Spencer getting the start on the hill for the Blue Jays. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Damian Perez. First baseman is Josh Begnaud. And second, Judah Thompson. Shortstop, Amari Burks. Chase Termine in third. Got an outfield of Jonathan Alford in left. Micah Remitich in center field. And Jackson Fitzzuer in right. Drop strike 3. Or was it? Apparently got a piece of it, according to the umpire, so not dropped. It was fouled off. And back to the plate comes Bonvillo. Was it a cloud in the sky to get the day started? There's a cloud or two in the sky now. Hit by the pitch, Bonvillo. And a base runner aboard for Crushers Elite. And Luke Babbitt coming to the plate. Matt Steele to the on-deck circle. Delivered into left field. That'll be a Luke Babbitt base hit. And a couple of base runners are on. 89 in Hammond. Should warm to 94. There's no mention of rain. Take that with a grain of salt. There has been no mention of rain. Yesterday there was rain. I think when we were at LSU last weekend, there was just this tiny chance. And some of us had to start building an ark. So you never know. Air quality 63 and moderate. UV index 9 and very high. Temperature is 4 degrees above normal. Sunset 8:07. Visibility 25 miles. 5 days away from the next full moon. 251,303 miles away from that moon. And a current humidity of 56%. Radar's got some showers in the south, but let's hope it stays away from Hammond. And tomorrow there is a threat of rain, so we'll worry about the rain tomorrow. Matt Steele with a couple of base runners on. On the outside part of the plate to Steele. Opening game today was a AEI Tiger 5-4 win over Premier. Tightly contested games here in Southeastern Louisiana. That's going to be a base hit, compliments of hitting the base. Steele will drive in a run, while the third goes Babin and second goes Steele. I mean, that gives new meaning to base hit. That is a hit base hit. As Cooper Winter comes to the plate. Nathan Steele to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate to Winters. Begnon, Remitich, and Laguerre. When you get to the top of the second for the Blue Jays. Ground towards third. Termine's got it. Concedes the run. Goes to first. And gets the first out on the bottom of the inning. Winters, though, with the RBI, driving in Babin. While Steele goes to third. So one away. Nathan Steele to the plate. Trevor St. Cyr to the on-deck circle. Crushers Elite. And Blue Jays 16, a pair of 1-0 teams in Pool A, 16U. Crushers Elite has not allowed a run. Blue Jays have allowed 4. And that's important if you get to the end of the tournament and you can't break apart a tie. That'll be one of the tiebreakers. Fouled away by Nathan Steele. Crushers Elite and 11-zip win over Star 16. Meanwhile, for the Blue Jays 16, it was a 10-4 win over that same team, Star 16. And the last game in pool play for the Blue Jays happens against the AEI Tigers. And the Crushers' last outing tomorrow against Premier. Swing and a miss by Steele, and there's 2 gone. That'll be the first Spencer K of the game. Two gone for Trevor St. Cyr. Hunter Miley moving to the on-deck circle. 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Blue Jays in the second inning. Major League Baseball still about an hour and a half away from the first game. Rays and Twins starting your 5th of July Major League Baseball. That'll be a bloop single into right field for Cyr. Steele will come in, and the Crushers now by 3. Hunter Miley to the plate. Brock Waguespack moving to the on-deck circle. Got a couple of games that start in the 1 o'clock hour for Major League Baseball. 1 in the 2 o'clock. You got a full slate of 3 p.m. games. And your last game of the day gets underway in Seattle, Washington at 9:10 tonight Central. A little bit high with a pitch to Miley. Only score we've got from earlier today thus far in the showcase is the one that happened here. AEI Tigers, 5-4 winners over Premier. There was another 9 a.m. game, Ace Academy Scout and Capitals, 15, but don't have a final there. And your two 10 a.m. starts still in progress. On the outside part of the plate to Hunter Miley. Don't forget to download the Showcase Series app. It's the tool to keep you updated on everything Showcase related. Like a 1:30 matchup coming up between Stars 16 and Southern Impact here. 3:45 UBO Central and Mississippi 18. And your 6 o'clock matchup featuring Stars 18 and Extreme Scout.
And so there's this woman, she's like in her, probably mid-late 70s, and she's got her out of her top of her dress, and she's got
Swing and a miss, and out will go Hunter Miley, leaving St. Cyr on, but 3 runs are in, and the Crushers by 3, heading to the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
St. Paul's the night that they graduated. A bunch of kids, like 15 kids and their families were down up in this upper deck, like 50 of them. And they asked us if we could take a break so they could play the video. Like they could take over here. Yeah.
It was like, what, 5 minutes?
It was like, yeah, like it's only 5 minutes or 45 minutes. We went and told the owners that, you know what, you either go move those people out or we're done for the night. Don't worry about it. It's so ignorant.
Top of the second, Josh Begnon to start it. Micah Rimitich and Sebastian Legier due up in the inning 2, 3 runs plate in the bottom of the first. In a battle of the unbeatens. And that one sent back this way, but out of play. Southeastern Louisiana University, Hammond, Louisiana. Home of the Lions. Part of the Southland Conference. And as I mentioned yesterday, wouldn't you know, the biggest crowd that came here for a game came here to watch the Tigers and Lions, LSU and SLU. $2,500 seat place, but 3,700 squeezed in for that particular day of baseball. Upstairs with a pitch to Begnon, he's given a walk down to first. And that'll be the first Cooper Winters walk. Micah Rimitich coming to the plate. Had a great conversation before the game with Papa Rimitich. And I understand that Mama Rimitich and Big Bro Rimitich watching the game back at home. Great to have you watching. Sebastian Legier to the on-deck circle. Rimitich with a base runner on. We're in the bottom of the second. Blue Jays would love nothing better than to go ahead now and respond to the three crusher runs that played into the bottom part of the first. Here's the winner's pitch. It is a bit outside, 2-0. Again, a big thanks to Coach Sam Taylor. He's the guy that provided the ladder that allowed me to climb on top of a roof to be able to get to that look, that pitcher to hitter look, as that has popped up back in the direction of the screen, and it'll get into the stands and out of play. No, I did not climb up onto the roof. I don't think I could. I got to the top ring on the ladder, and the roof was about waist high. I mean, I guess I could. As a matter of fact, I probably would feel more secure getting onto the roof than getting off. Of course, getting off the roof probably is the easier part. Just might be the more painful part. Runner will take off, but no need for a throw because the walk is given to Rimitich too. And you got a couple of base runners on for Sebastian Legier. So Legier to the plate, two are aboard, Begnon and Rimitich. Jonathan Alford is on deck. Bottom of the second, Crushers send 8, 9, and 10 to the plate. Blue Jays, though, say, what the heck? Let's spend some time in the top of the second. No need to hurry things and get to the bottom of the inning. Crushers, okay, let's speed this up. Let's get to the bottom part. Fouled away by Legier, trying to lay down the bunt. Do have some WNBA today, but it starts tonight. Sparks and Fever, Valkyries and Lynx. Your divisional standings in 16U. Crushers Elite, Blue Jays 16, Southern Impact, all 1-0. Premier and also the AEI Tigers are 1-0 after that win over Stars. I make that over Premier. So 4 teams unbeaten in A, 2 teams twice beaten, Premier and Stars 16. In B, Ace Academy Scout and the Louisiana Mississippi Jays 16U, 1-0. Mississippi Scout 16 and UBO Henry 0-1. Dropped into left field. That'll be a base hit that loads it up. Runners at first, second, and third. Mississippi Scout 16 in 16 UB and UBO Henry 0-1. Capitals 15, Extreme 16, and B7 working to get their first game in. Into center field, that'll be a base hit that brings in Begnon. And the Blue Jays have got their first run, and Crushers Elite have allowed their first run this weekend. And still nobody out. Judah Thompson to the plate. Grounds it towards short. Coming home with the throw is Hammond. Well, I thought that's where he was headed, but instead goes over to first. Concedes the run. Thompson picks up the RBI, drives in Remitich. And makes it a 3-2 game. Damian Perez to the plate. And an opportunity for the Blue Jays to knot it up here in the top of the second. 18U Pool A. Star Scout 17, the only unbeaten team. Well, the only 1-0 team. Sports U and Bandits haven't been beaten, but they haven't won. They are 0-0-1. Blue Jays 19, 0-1. And in B, Extreme Scout and Stars 18, 1-0. UBO Central, Mississippi 18, 0-1. A little bit inside to Perez. That would have been interesting if it hit the elbow of Perez, because it did look like he kind of moved the elbow into the path of the baseball. And what the call would be if hit by the pitch. Count goes to 3-1. Top of the order, Jackson Footzur moving to the on-deck circle. Little check swing sent foul. Waguspak, Robinson, and Clement. When you get to the bottom of the second for the Crushers Elite. The Blue Jays with a couple of runners in scoring position and one away. Trying to extend the top of the second. Another one fouled away by Perez. Three balls, couple of strikes. Here is the payoff to Perez. He will float it in the direction of center field, and that's going to drop in as a base hit. And another run is in. Well, Hunter Miley in center field, I'm assuming, thought that Waguspak was going to make the catch over in center, in left. And actually, that's now Robinson. That looked catchable. But instead, a base hit that brings in a run. Alford will hold at second, thinking it was going to be caught. And Perez will pick up the RBI at first. Top of the order, Jackson Footzur to the plate. Jeremiah Spencer moving to the on-deck circle. High and away with a pitch to Footzur. And a double to begin the first inning. Back to the plate in the second. 3 hits in the inning. 3 runs, 2. Here's the winner's pitch. Fitzur awaits. Ground towards deep short. That will bounce off Hammond. Everybody's safe. Bases loaded for Jeremiah Spencer. Amari Burks to the on-deck circle. And you talk about the proverbial opportunity to help your cause. That's when Jeremiah Spencer has got here, the Blue Jays pitcher. With the bases loaded and one away. Waguspak, Robinson, and Clement in the bottom of the second for the Crushers. But the Blue Jays have found a comfortable home at the top of the second. And they've carpeted it, working on the AC. Spencer ground into a 5-3. And inside with the pitch to Spencer.
I do it with anything. I do it with news, with movies. I want to do our Love and War show again, but you need to be on.
2 balls, no strikes. Spencer the first out in the first inning. That's going to be a base hit into center field. And another run comes in. Spencer delivers, bringing in Alford. And it's a 4-3 lead. Coach coming out of the bump. And he has waved to his outfielders. He wants everybody in on this conversation. And part of this conversation probably is not focused on winners. There have been about 3 base hits in the inning that should have been caught. Look like relatively routine. And I guess maybe routine is not quite the appropriate term, but look catchable. But have dropped in. And I think that's part of the conversation the coach is having. It really hasn't seemingly focused on Cooper Winters. It's been guys make catches. Amari Burks coming to the plate. Got the bases loaded, 4 runs in. Top of the second. Burks ground into a 5-2. And it resulted in Fitzur being tagged out at the plate. High with the pitch to Burks. Chase Termine to the on-deck circle. And that's going to be interference on Burks. Did not get out of the way of the throw of Matt Steele, and he's an out. Well, I'm looking at the replay, and of course the switch of camera comes right about the time then Burks turned to get out of the way, and there you see. And batter's interference will be out number 2. Chase Termine representing the 10th hitter to come to the plate in the second inning for the Blue Jays. He popped out to short in the first. Lifted towards right field. And Trevor St. Cyr there for the catch. 4 runs in, a new name atop the leaderboard. It's the Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the second.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level?
He starts telling me about everything that's happening in the game. Like last night, or last week, and I didn't watch it. He's watching it. I don't watch it. You had it? You pulled it up? I don't have his team. Oh, okay. I got all that. You gotta get through there, right?
No, not so much.
So it shows his stats and stuff. He is quarter run records. He's 4 for 13. 3 RBIs. So that's right about 300. But your last 6 games.
A productive top part of the second. 10 come to the plate, 4 come in, 3 stranded. And the Blue Jays take a 1-run lead. Into the bottom of the second, Brock Wagerspack, Seth Robinson, Grant Clement due up in the inning. And it'll start with a Wagerspack base hit. Into center field, Wagerspack will try for 2, and he'll be there safely. Tying run gets into scoring position quickly as Seth Robinson makes his way to the plate. Bottom of the second. And 11:18 start. It's 11:58 now. So we are 40 minutes into the game with an hour and 10 to play. Low and away with the pitch to Robinson. Third inning for the Blue Jays starts in the same spot the second did. And that is Josh Begnaud. Seth Robinson with an RBI chance. He will pop that one up right side. Is it retrievable for Begnaud? And he will indeed make the catch. Tagging and going to third, Wagerspack, but Robinson with a fly out. And there's one away with Grant Clement next. Church bells ringing. Right behind us, the Catholic Church. I mean, literally right behind us. The front door of the church is probably I'm guessing no more than 75 feet from the front door of the stadium. I mean, it's just the width of a road and a sidewalk. What's your standard road, 50 feet? Then, yeah, another 25 to the door. Okay, maybe 100 feet. One away, a runner 90 feet away. Grant Clement to the plate. Outside with the pitch to Clement. Foshee to the on-deck circle. Tying run at third. We're in the bottom of the second. Two unbeatens, both 1-0. Looking to at least stay tied for the top spot in the pool. Yesterday, 5 games, 3 18U, 2 16Us. And we may reverse that today and have 3 16Us and a couple of 18Us. And I'm looking, and heck, we may only have 1 18U today here. Yeah, everything else 16U. A walk extended to Grant Clement. Got a couple of runners on for Foshee. I mentioned Foshee, the lone crusher. That we don't know a first name. We do know a first initial of the first name, E. So let's see. That could be Edward, Edwin, Igor, Elon, Eduardo. I'm trying to come up with some first name E's. If I had to pick, it would be Edward. And not that other E names aren't great. They are. Just had a pretty cool uncle named Edward. So I'm going with Edward Foshee. All right, maybe I shouldn't. I'll just go with Foshee. Down to second with the steal goes Clement. No throw coming with the runner at third. Waguspak got a couple of base runners in scoring position here in the bottom of the second. Foshee gets doinked, and he will go to first. And that will load things up. Top of the order, Aiden Bonvillo coming to the plate. Luke Babin moving to the on-deck circle. Bases are loaded for the Crushers. Outside with the Spencer pitch. And another pitch missing, and the count goes to 2-0. Bonvillon got hit by a pitch, scoring a run in the first. Luke Babin moving to the on-deck circle. Waguspak, Clement, and Foshee on. That will get the outside part of the plate. That is shot over in the direction of left center field and will drop. Bonfilion bringing in Waguspak. Clement will score. Foshi motors his way to third. It is a double that gives the lead back to Crushers Elite. So Bonfilion delivering with a 2 RBI double. Waguspak and Clement score. Foshi is at third. Luke Hammond to the plate. Matt Steele to the on-deck circle. Count goes to 3-0 on Babin. Looks like this is going to be one of those barn burners, one of those offensive Donnybrooks. High scoring, which typically does not mean lots of innings. And we're just in the second and coming up on 50 minutes in. Swing and a miss by Babin. Three balls, couple of strikes. Here's the pitch. It is high. And the walk has loaded things back up. That has got Matt Steele coming to the plate. He singled in a run, scored one as well in the first. Coach coming out to have a conversation with Jeremiah Spencer. And I see a body coming out of the bullpen, so that might be it for Spencer. Let's see. No initial move to have that transition of baseball from player's hand to coach's hand. And it looks like for the moment Spencer stays. Matt Steele with the bases loaded. Just a little bit inside to Matt Steele. Steele with an RBI single and a run scored in the first. Outside with the Spencer pitch, 2-0. Well, the activity in the Blue Jays pen has wrapped. And if Spencer comes out, the new guy's ready. Fouled away by Matt Steele. Cooper Winters on deck. Down the middle with the pitch, and the count goes even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Showcase takes you to the premier parks in the Southeast. And with the continual expansion of the Showcase, who knows? Could be Midwest. Or the West. Or the New England states. Or the upper Midwest eventually. And new venues practically every year. That's a base hit into right field for Steele. It'll bring in Foshi. Bonvion will hold at third. And Steele's got his second RBI single. And Spencer is finished on the bump. Second visit in the inning. And a new pitcher on his way when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Steve. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you, man. How's it going? Who's your nephew? You. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. I recognize him. Yeah, see them. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, John. Yeah, we saw him. He had a good Yeah, good. You think that you're right, right? I'll take a look at Georgia. I'll pick her up at school.
Cameron Gidry, the new pitcher, facing Cooper Winters, the current pitcher for the Crushers. With the bases loaded and 3 runs in. Talk about a name synonymous with Louisiana and good pitching. That is the last name, Gidry. You might recall a Ron Gidry from Louisiana. Had a pretty good career in Major League Baseball. That is booted at short by Amari Burks. And the miscue will bring in 2. Bonvillain and Babin both score. Steele to second, Winters on at first. And the Crushers with an 8-4 lead. Running is Steele. He'll get to third safely, and the delayed steal by Winters to second. Nathan Steele, followed by Trevor St. Cyr. Trying to lay down the bunt. Steele. Bunt's foul and the count goes to 1-2. So the Crushers respond to the 4 runs that played in the top part of the inning. Getting the 4 back and adding 1. Inside with a pitch to Steele. A little bit overcast here in Hammond, Louisiana, as that one has popped up in the direction of left field. In to make the catch, Jonathan Alford, tagging from third and scoring is Steele. So Nathan Steele drives in Matt Steele. 2 gone and 1 on. And did they rule that the hitter or the runner left early? Apparently so. So we'll keep it at 8. Won't push it to 9. Leaves early for the last out of the inning. So scratch the Steele run. And we will go to the 3rd in an 8-4 game.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the third gets underway. Same fellow that started the top of the second begins inning 3, Josh Begnon. Micah Rimitich and Sebastian Legier due up in the inning 2. That is floated in the direction of right field, and coming over to make the catch, Hunter Miley. So on away, Micah Rimitich next. Crusher's getting 5 runs in the bottom of the second. Got a new pitcher, by the way. It is Aiden Bonvillion. As that is ground foul towards third. Cooper Winters will work a couple of innings, face 14. No strikeouts, 2 walks, 5 hits, 4 runs. Into the dirt with a pitch to Rimitich. Southern Impact with the game coming up. I say that because there are Southern Impact fans that have now made their way into the stands. Getting an early seat. There are shaded spots as you got a strikeout of Rimitich. Beneath the stands, the grandstands kind of acting as shelter and shade. And then you can see some of the fans bringing their shade with them. The umbrellas behind the plate. The other area that's got some shade is right here in front of the press box. Sebastian Legier floating that one towards St. Cyr, and he'll make the catch. In right, a 3 up, 3 down, top of the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We get the bottom of the third underway. Trevor St. Cyr will start it. Hunter Miley and Brock Wagospak due up in the inning as well. In an 8-4 ball game. That is floated towards right field and drops in for St. Cyr. That'll be the 7th hit of the game for the Crushers. And a runner on for Hunter Miley. Brock Wagospak moving to the on-deck circle. Hunter Miley with a strikeout in the first. 0 for 1 in the game. St. Cyr's second base hit of the game. And a single that drove in a run in the first. Now a single that begins the bottom of the third. And yeah, it's the bottom of the third. An hour and roughly 10 minutes in. Strike delivered to Miley. A 4-run lead in the bottom of the inning. Top of the fourth, it'll be the bottom part of the order for the Blue Jays. Alfred Thompson and Perez. Floated over to first, St. Cyr back safely. Four games again tomorrow. As the pitch is outside, and good one to run on. St. Cyr will take second. And I mentioned the wife is with me. The wife likes to, check out the local, not necessarily attractions, but points of interest. And for her, the points of interest here are going to be Kentwood. That'll be a 6-5 put a no safely in at third is St. Cyr. Looked like the throw from Burks there, but Blues a lot closer, got a better look. Coach thought it was an out at third, though, and wants to likely appeal. Let's see if we can pick up anything on the replay. And we'll slow it down while coach and umpire talk. There's the field. The throw there in plenty of time. And I think the umpire ruling that though the throw was there, the tag was not. And you got runners on the corners. Brock Wagospak next. And the throw will go to first as Miley breaks for second. He's got the steal, and you got the run in from third. And it's a 9-4 lead. And I was talking about the wife's interest in Kentwood. That's Brittany Spear country. I mean, she's not a huge Brittany Spear fan, but it's a point of interest. But I mean, I think she kind of likes Brittany, but it's, not that idol worship kind of thing. Just an interesting story. And, of course, Kentwood's just a few miles up the road. Floated into center field. That'll be a base hit. Miley will come in to score on the Wagospak single. And the advantage goes 10-4. Seth Robinson to the plate. Still nobody gone. Robinson with a fly out to first. Grant Clement to the on-deck circle. And, of course, the other point of interest for her, the architecture, the houses. For me, it's the eateries and the hotel room. Swing and a miss by Robinson. And I'm not real picky on the eateries, just, some grub. A little pickier on the hotels. Grant Clemens on deck. Doesn't have to be an elite hotel, would prefer not to have bed bugs as a partner. Another throw over to first. Quite the time-consuming game. When we get to 1:08 this afternoon, which is about 37 minutes away, we're at an hour 50. Fielded at third and thrown into right field. That'll be an E5, and you got a couple of runners on, still nobody out. And the Blue Jays will commit their second error. Grant Clemens to the plate. Couple of base runners on, nobody gone. 8-run lead, or 6-run rather. 10-4 ball game. Here in the bottom of the third. And if you're looking at mercy rules, they are 12, 10, and 8 after 3, 4, and 5. Couple of runners on for Grant Clement. Foshi moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch. Back to the wife on this trip visit, and then I'll leave it alone. There is one thing I noticed that is definitely different with the wife traveling versus me alone, as this is popped up to center. Rimitich backtracks, makes the catch, tagging is Waguspak and goes to third. And that is the television viewing. Last night when I got to the room, Sweet Magnolias was on. It is safe to say that on a regular travel night with just me, Sweet Magnolias is not on the television screen. But not complaining. Like to have her along. As we got the bottom of the order, Foshi to the plate. Aiden Bonvillion moving to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Runner goes. There won't be a throw with Waguspak at third. So Robinson and Waguspak now in scoring position. Well, you got to love the modern day baseball watcher. I mean, they are loaded to the gill. Fans, battery charged fans, backpacks with, I'm sure, all kinds of hydration. Umbrellas for the shade. Strikeout of Foshi. And there's two gone for the top of the order. Aiden Bonvillion. You know your professional baseball fans versus your novice, your rookies. You're wet behind the ears. Wet behind the ears might show up with a bottle of water, and that's it. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Wagyu Spack from third. Robinson will go to third. And the lead goes to 7. But the expert professional baseball watcher prepared for anything. Umbrella for rain or sun. Backpack. Foul ball towards third. With snacks and beverages. Fan for cool air. Heck, probably got a first aid kit stuck in that backpack. Maybe one of those, what are they called? Halos? Where you can pump up air in the car tire or the air mattress or charge the battery. Aiden Bonvillion hit by a pitch and doubled, drove in 2, scored 2. Crusher is pushing that lead out to 7. Here in the bottom of the third. That will get into the stands. And out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base runner at third. Guidry trying to bend it into the strike zone, stays outside, and the count runs full. On the outside part of the plate, Bonvillion goes down looking. 3 runs are in. The lead pushed to 7. We go to the 4th on JockJive.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Jonathan Alford starts, and Judah Thompson and Damian Perez due up in the inning as well. Strike delivered from Bonvillion. And that will run the count even at 1. Crushers Elite plating runs in every inning. 3 in the first, 5 in the second, 3 in the third. Blue Jays with a 4-run second. Bonvillion's pitch missing to Alford, who singled in a run in that 4-run second. 1 for 1 in the game. Outside with the pitch. 4 venues being used in the Hammond area this weekend. Albany High, Denham Springs High, and Southwest Mississippi. Bonvillion over to first, and out will go Alford on the 1-3. And that is now 7 straight. Make that 6 straight. Retired by Bonvillion. I hesitate to mention, I think yesterday I mentioned a string of 7 in a row. As soon as I mention it, it's broken. I think it was a walk or a hit. Okay, let's see if there is something to this media jinx. I've mentioned it. 6 in a row, set down by Bonvillion. As Judah Thompson comes to the plate. And he'll take a couple of strikes early. Damian Perez to the on-deck circle. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Instead, Thompson backs out of the box. Thompson ground into a 6-3 that drove in a run in the second. Back to the plate here in the third. That is right back to Bonvillion. He was trying, you could see the body going, okay, now how am I going to catch this? I know it's headed to me. But able to get the mitt in the right spot to make the catch for out number 2. Damian Perez with an RBI single in the second. 2 gone and nobody on. It is dropped, picked up, thrown down to first. I think that's Grant Clements now working behind the plate. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning and 8 in a row. Retired by Bonvillion. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the fourth, near the top of the order, Luke Babin, the two hitters, starting it off. Matt Steele, Cooper Winters. 2 up in the inning, 2. Consecutive 3 up, 3 down innings for Aiden Bonvillion. And that will send us to the bottom of the fourth. Babin, a single and a walk and 2 runs scored. Facing Cameron Guidry, who came into the game in the second inning after Jeremiah Spencer had worked an inning and a third. In that inning and a third, faced 14. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 hits, 8 runs, and 2 hit batsmen. Count runs to 3-0 on Babin. Matt Steele on deck. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Babin. Singled in the first, walked in the second. At the plate in the fourth, the lowest scoring inning for Crushers Elite has been 3. And there is a walk to Babin. And of course, if you played 3 runs here in the bottom of the fourth, then you're triggering one of those 3 mercy rules, the one after 4. Matt Steele with a couple of base hits. Singled in the first and second. And drove in runs in both instances. One pitch to Steele. That is off the mark. The attempt to get Babin on the steal. He will wind up heading towards third, get there safely, hops up, and will motor his way towards home, and he'll score there. A stolen base and some miscues. We'll charge 2 errors. The E2, and then I think it was an E9. So a walk, a stolen base, and 2 E's. And Matt Steele, that was an eventful 1 pitch from Cameron Guidry. Low and inside with the pitch to Steele. Cooper Winters on deck. And that'll be a walk given to Steele. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Guidry, and let's see if it's more of a visit than a talk. And apparently it will be. I can see Micah Remitich getting ready to come into the ballgame. So Guidry's leaving, Remitich coming in when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship.
Bottom of the fourth, the new pitcher is Micah Rimitich. Rimitich relieving Guidry, who relieves Spencer. And Guidry will strike out 2 in his 1 2/3 innings while facing 11. And a couple of walks as well, and handed out a couple of hits too. Thus far has allowed 4 runs, and he is responsible for the runner at first, Matt Steele. Swing and a miss by Winters. Winters has grounded into a 5-3, reached on an error, and driven in a run. That is ground foul in the direction of third. Nathan Steele to the on-deck circle. Blue Jays trying to get this game to the 5th. Admittedly, though, running out of time. Unofficially, about 15 minutes left. Outside with the pitch. Runner will take off. In with a stolen base is Steele. Winters ground into a 5-3 that brought in a run in the first, reached on an E6 as that is dropped into center field by Winters. And that will put runners at first and third and put the potential game-ending run on. Nathan Steele to the plate. Steele with a strikeout and a flyout. Originally, we thought the flyout had gotten in a run, but Matt Steele left early. Throw going to second, back over it goes to third. Everybody gets back safely, and it all began with a stumble by Winters. And Turf Monster reached up, tripped him. And now that potential game-ending run in scoring position. Outside with a pitch to Steele. Winters at second. Steele is at third, and Nathan Steele's at the plate. Trevor St. Cyr to the on-deck circle. Here is the 1-2 Rimitich pitch inside. Second game of a 5-game set today. And you got Stars 16 as Rimitich will get the strikeout. And Southern Impact coming up. One out, couple of runners on. That is sent foul by St. Cyr, who is 2 for 2 in the game. Single in the first and third. On the outside part of the plate, couple of strikes on St. Cyr. Hunter Miley is on deck. Still at third, game ender Winters at second. One away in the bottom of the fourth, inside to St. Cyr. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just a little bit outside. Catcher trying to pull that into the strike zone to convince Blue it was a K, but just a little bit outside. And the count even at 2. High pitch at 3-2. Three-two pitch too high, a walk given to St. Cyr. And it is loaded here in the bottom of the fourth. I don't know that a walk of St. Cyr is all that bad. They got force outs everywhere. Swing and a miss by Miley. Miley 0 for 2 in the game. Struck out and hit into a fielder's choice. That is swatted foul towards third. Unofficially 9 minutes away from your 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. So if we don't get 2 more runs in the bottom of the fourth, the top of the fifth likely in. That is lifted to short. Everybody will hold as Miley flies out. And there's 2 gone from Brock Waguspak. Waguspak 2 for 2. Double and a single, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. High pitch to Waguspak. If there's a top of the fifth, it'll start with the top of the order. Jackson Fitzzuer, Jeremiah Spence, and Amari Burks. Count evens at 1 on Waguspak.
Mr. Shane, Bailey said there's lotion down here.
There's lotion down there?
I mean sunscreen.
1-1 offering. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Steele from third. He will score. And it becomes a 13-4 game with that potential game ender now 90 feet away. And with that, we can put the finishing touches on the Guidry numbers. 1 2/3 innings of work. 11 faced, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hits, and 5 runs. Three 3-1 offering to Waguspak with Seth Robinson on deck. Outside of the strike zone and a walk given to Waguspak. And here comes Coach. Is it getting Rimitich? And apparently it is. He'll get a couple of outs, working 2/3. And a new pitcher coming in, trying to keep that runner at third. Well, we've hit the time limit, so the ball game is over. They were about to get a new pitcher in. Blue says, hey, we've consumed the 1 hour and 50 minutes. So no need to warm another guy up. And that will be your ball game with a final 13-4 score. And here are your numbers. 5 hits, 4 errors committed by the Blue Jays. They will get 4 runs, all 4 scoring in the second, and leave 4 stranded. Meanwhile, for the Crushers Elite, a total of 9 hits, leaving 6 on. Committed a single error and got runs every inning. 3 in the first, 5 in the second, 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth. And there is your final score as the Blue Jays go to 1-1 and Crushers Elite to 2-0. Game 2 in the books, Game 3 on its way. And that Game 3 matchup has Stars 16 taking on Southern Impact. We'll have that one for you at about 1:30. Until then, camera stays on, link live, and the audio goes down as we get ready for the 1:30 matchup.
Which I'm glad we did decide to drive back because now next weekend we gotta go until next weekend. No. Let's go Patriots. No, where is it at next week? Northwest. Like 4 hours. Way up north. So that's where we're gonna be next weekend. I'm gonna have to get a room over there. Ooh, we got light back. I didn't like to.
The weather sucked that first year that we went. It was raining the day before. Yes, it was raining the day before. It snowed the day of the race. What was it like? 1 mile per hour wind?
Oh my goodness.
Mud. We were steam as it had mud up to our knees. I couldn't feel my toes until I got back home to take a bath. So I started finally getting back in my toes.
There's a good breeze up here too. You always saw them because I chose that. I chose the white. Right, you're right. But look at you now. I know. Yellow back.
I'm embracing it, yeah.
That's what I said. We just a fucking thing now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get the third game of the day underway. It is the Stars 16 and Southern Impact battling it out. Stars decked out in the blue, as in very dark blue, are the visiting team, and Southern Impact decked out in the blue as in the baby or Columbia or powder blue. I mentioned when I was a kid, 8, maybe 12 crayons in the crayon box. Into center field with a Diaz flyout. Now there's about 150. So a variety of blues. One away, Luis Diaz batting first for Stars 16. Coming to the plate, the two-hitter Michael Winters. Brett Formo is the three guy. Gage Fields batting fourth, as that is ground to third, picked up by Le Perouse. And the 5-3's got out number 2. Maximo Mendoza is the 5-hitter. Don't have a first name for the 6th guy, but it's Babin. Carter Tillman batting 7th. Austin Norman 8th. Rylan Easterly is the 9-hitter. Gabe Morgan batting 10th. Ian Lavelle is the 11 guy, and Levi Gregory will hit 12th. I'll score that as an infield single for Formo. And a base runner on. Jorge Gaona is on the hill for Southern Impact. Caden Guidry behind the plate. Felipe Facio at first. Second baseman Hayes LeBlanc. Shortstop Dakota Porsche. And Owen Laperouse is at third. That's a base hit into left field. And after consecutive outs, consecutive hits. And a couple of base runners on for Maximo Mendoza. Southern Impact's left fielder Cody Dawson. In center field, Tyler Barber. Zayden Talley is in right. 2 on and 2 gone. Popped up on the infield. LaPerouse with a snag at third. And the 2 runners left on send us to the bottom of the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first gets underway. It is Hayes LeBlanc who will start it off. Tyler Barber batting second. Cody Dawson is the 3 guy for Southern Impact. Dakota Porsche batting fourth. Caden Gidry fifth. Zayden Talley is the 6-hitter. Felipe Facio batting seventh. Jorge Gayanoa is batting eighth. And Owen LaPerouse batting in the 9 hole. Luis Diaz getting the start on the hill, and it is Diaz who will throw over to first and get the out on the 1-3 put out of LeBlanc. One out for Tyler Barber. Behind the plate for Stars 16, Levi Gregory. Red Formo at first. Second baseman, Rylan Easterly. Michael Winters at short, and the third baseman is Babbitt. Outfield of Maximo Mendoza in left, as that is popped up to Babbitt at third. And there's 2 gone for Cody Dawson. Center fielder Gabe Morgan and the right fielder Carter Tillman. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Two gone with Cody Dawson at the plate. Stars 16-0-2 with losses to the Crushers 11-zip and to the Blue Jays 10-4, having allowed 21 runs and scoring 4. And that's on the inside part of the plate. Out goes Dawson. It is a 3-up, 3-down, bottom of the first.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. Top of the second gets underway. Babin will start it. Carter Tillman and Austin Norman due up in the inning, too. Found away by Babin. A quick first. That first inning took less than 10 minutes. A little different than the ball game that preceded. Took us a while to get through every inning. Found away again by Babin. Over to the Lutheran Church. I said earlier it was Catholic. But happened to look at the front sign in between games. It is a Lutheran church. Just across the way. Literally just across the way. He definitely has had some baseballs wind up either in the courtyard or maybe through a window. A little bit outside with a pitch to Babin. Southern Impact 1-0 in pool play, having knocked off Premier 7-4. They have, obviously, allowed 4 and scored 7. You got a walk given to Babin. And he'll go down to first. Carter Tillman coming to the plate. For Southern Impact, they've got another pool play game. It is at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. On the outside part of the plate to Tillman. And will be against the AEI Tigers at Denham Springs. Pitch goes behind Carter Tillman. I forgot about your Jerry Martinez weather forecast. Got to check that out. 93 in Hammond. Should warm to 94 outside. Babin down to second. That means it feels like 97. Humidity is at 49%. UV index, as that is right back to Goana. He'll go to first and get Tillman on a 1-3 that moves Babin to third. Austin Norman to the plate. Winds out of the northeast at 4, gusting to 7. 25-mile visibility. Got the moon at 77% illumination. Next full moon in 5 days. That's a base wrap into left field by Norman. It'll bring in Babin.
And star 16 on the board first. Rylan Easterly to the plate. Moon 251,259 miles away. Got precipitation in the south. As hit by the pitch is Easterly. But not in the immediate area. It is out in the Gulf. It's over around Gulfport. It's down around Thibodeau, over in Mobile, but not in Hammond, and we're cool if we keep it that way. Bunted foul by Morgan.
So yesterday he was going to get hit. He made it in. Like I wasn't taking. He said, "Mom, that."
Ian Lavelle moving to the on-deck circle. Well, you got a conversation apparently going to happen between officials, or always on a day like today when it's hot, you got 97 as you heat into season, you've got artificial turf. I wonder if these conversations, well, they are on a matter on the field, though, in this particular case. And that runner, Norman, is going back over to second. So I often speculate, well, are they talking about heat? Is one of the umpires with all that gear coming to the heat? Not in this particular case. It was baseball related. Norman had gone to third. He was sent back to second. Bunted up, but foul. And everybody will go back to where they were. Norman to second, Easterly to first. And yeah, umpires need to stay hydrated, aware of the heat situation as well. Wasn't it this past week where the umpire in South Carolina for softball died of a heat stroke? So sometimes we take for granted or overlook the aspect of how warm it can get for an umpire with all that extra gear. And fortunately, though, in this particular case, as I mentioned, the pause in action, the conversation, not heat, but ball related. Gabe Morgan with a couple of guys on. That is popped up over to the first base side. Felipe Facio almost, but not quite. Got nearby, couldn't bring it in. And Gabe Morgan will get another opportunity. Two more games to go, and we're done on Saturday. Looking towards a Sunday of baseball here, which will be shortened by a game, 4 not 5. I believe a couple of pool plays and then championships. And while we're talking about pool plays, heck, might as well look at the divisions. 16U in Pool A, as that is fouled back by Morgan. Crushers Elite 2-0. Southern Impact 1-0, but trying to go to 2-0. AEI Tigers 1-0. Blue Jays 16 1-0. Premier and Stars 16 0-2. Floated towards Talley in right field. He'll make the catch, and everybody else will hold. Two gone for Ian Lavelle. In Pool B, Ace Academy Scout 2-0. Louisiana, Mississippi, J16U 1-0. UBO Henry 1-1. And Mississippi Scout 16 0-1. Capitals 15 0-2. Extreme 16. And B7 yet to play. Probably playing now. Foul back to the screen by Lavelle. 18U, Star Scout 17 in A. In sports, well, they are the only 1-0 team. Sports U18 is 1-0-1. Bandits 0-0-1. And Blue Jays 19-0-2. Fouled off again by Lavelle. And in Pool B, Extreme Scout 2-0, Stars 18 1-0. UBO Central 0-1, Mississippi 18 0-2. Outside with a pitch to Lavelle. Ground in the direction of second. And LeBlanc able to get it to first to get Lavelle on the 4-3. 2 runners stranded, 1 run in. Stars 16 by a run, going to the Southern Impact second. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
He actually allowed himself to be proud of himself yesterday. I said, son, you should be proud of yourself.
I know what you're talking about, but no, I was the only one that had the cross block. Yeah, blue glass.
There was a peek at 2 of the 3 remaining events that we will stream with the showcase. Next week in Mobile at the University of South Alabama. Last weekend of the month at Orange Beach High, and in between, we will be at UWF in Pensacola, University of West Florida, home to the Argonauts. Which is a snail that apparently got some broken gear for Levi Gregory. Goes into the dugout, says, hey, got a strap broke on this catcher's mitt. Can I get another one? Likes this one. And we'll get back behind home plate. The
Dakota Porsche, Caden Guidry, Zayden Talley due up in the inning. And there's a base hit to begin the second. First Southern impact hit of the game. Bringing Caden Guidry to the plate. Zayden Talley to the on-deck circle. Diaz with a look to the runner. Now the pitch just a little bit outside to Guidry. Major League Baseball's finally got a couple of games underway. Bottom of the second, Twins 1-0 over the Rays, as that is popped high into the air towards left. And there for the catch is Maximo Mendoza. So one away for Zayden Talley. Felipe Facio to the on-deck circle. That Twins-Rays game in the bottom of the second, 1-0 Twins. Cards over the Cubs, 2-0 midway through 2. And everything else later. WNBA starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Low and away with a pitch to Talley. Base runner on, tying run aboard. We are in the bottom of the second. I haven't reminded folks today. It's just slipped my memory that we're looking for more YouTube subscribers. So if you haven't already subscribed, please do. Want to get to 6,900. In with a stolen base is Porsche. And a runner in scoring position that could tie the game up. And Talley now with an RBI chance. Let's see where we're at in our pursuit of 69. We're 44 away. Looking for 6,900 YouTube subscribers. We are at 6,856. So what have you got to do to sign up? Just click the button. Just click the subscribe button and nothing more. Three-one pitch to Zayden Talley. He takes and Diaz delivers. Porsche reaches on a single, steals second. Talley trying to move him along. Diaz with a look to Porsche. Outside of the strike zone, that'll get Porsche to third. First goes Talley. And a couple of base runners on with Felipe Facio coming to the plate. Jorge Gaona moving to the on-deck circle. And the tying run now 90 feet from the house. Diaz with a look to base runners. Here's the pitch. It is low and inside. One-run plates in the top part of the inning off a base hit. Wild offering bringing in a run. It's a one-apiece game. Porsche scoring from third. Meanwhile, Talley will go to second
on the wild pitch. In a 1-1 ball game, Felipe Facio showing bunt, pulls back on the outside part of the plate with the pitch. Bunting towards first, but foul. And the count goes even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. I've mentioned it before, about 95% of the coaches that put the bunt sign on pull it with 2 strikes. Facio, a swing and miss.
I say that and I look at y'all.
2 gone for Jorge Gaona. Owen Laperouse moving to the on-deck circle. Sitting on the 5th day of July as that one is floated over towards first. Able to field and get to the bag is Formo. And Gaona will ground out. 1 runs in. We're tied at 1. Headed to the 3rd.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Zayden's a totally different kid at practice too. Like he's so to the out the park, to the fence, come with the games. He's like. Don't like it that much? Oh, trash. Oh.
One run plates in the top of the 2nd, 1 in the bottom. And we are knotted at 1 going to the 3rd. Levi Gregory, Luis Diaz, and Michael Winters 2 up in the Stars 16 batting order. Gaona's pitch just a little bit inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Gregory, the last Stars hitter to get their first at-bat. And we got 1 more Southern Impact hitter who has not been to the plate, Owen Laperouse. Don't forget, plenty of baseball. As a matter of fact, plenty of sports here on JockJive. Got a walk given to Gregory. And a runner on. That is walk number 2 issued by Gaona. And a runner coming in for Gregory. I believe that is Caden Ulver that will run. So Ulver, your runner at first for Gregory. Nobody gone, and we're back to the top of the order. Ulver taking off for second. And he's tagged out. Caught stealing. And there is one away. Luis Diaz, who popped out to center field, followed by Michael Winters. On the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. Home of the Lions. A member of the Southland Conference. And you get time called. Gaona getting a visit from coach after going 3-0 on Diaz. Gaona with a walk of Gregory. Gregory's runner was picked off trying to steal. So nobody aboard. I'm looking at the SLU schedule for the year to see how they fared. 38-16. Not a bad year at all. Here at home, 22-9. And it looks like in the Southland Conference Tournament, lost to the 8 seed, beat the 5 seed, lost to the 4 seed, and was out of the tournament. Lifted, foul, and out of play. Well, if they played an 8, then they had to be close to the top of the seeding. I don't know how many seeds are in that Southland Conference. Just out of reach. Porsche trying to reach up and get it. Couldn't. And Diaz on with a single. 4th Stars hit of the game. And a runner on for Michael Winters. A little bit outside with the pitch. In safely with a stolen base is Diaz. So in the scoring position with one away for Michael Winters. Southeastern was tied for the top spot. They were 22-8, as was UTRGV. As the bunt laid down, we'll move Diaz over to third. And now the official going to say that your first baseman was pulled off the bag. appeal made, and let's see what the two umpires decide.
That isn't out. I struggle. That isn't out. I got contact and I struggle. That's an out. Somebody gonna hold y'all the way.
And they are calling him safe over at first. So instead of a sacrifice, it is an error that puts the runner on. And still gets Diaz to third. I'm doing a little research to see who UTRGV is. I'm thinking it is the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley. But I could be wrong. But as I've mentioned on previous occasions, I have to put my Googleology degree to good use. And yeah, it is the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I am shocked that I would know that. I think it's because we have done some South Georgia Tech basketball, and they recently had a player that went to the University of Texas, Rio Grande. That's going to come to the screen, and Guyana covering, tags out Diaz. Well, it all started with a wild pitch, winds up with a tag out of Diaz right there at home plate. Meanwhile, a second goes Michael Winters. Red Formo gets hit. And he'll go to first. Gage Fields coming to the plate. Gage Fields with a couple of runners on, 2 gone. Top of the third. Maximo Mendoza moving to the on-deck circle. Owen Lapérouse, Hayes LeBlanc, Tyler Barber. When you get to the bottom part of the inning, that is a high fly ball center field, and that's going to drop in. In will come Winters. Formo is in too. It's a single by Fields that drives in a pair of runs. So 2 RBIs on the shot by Fields, with Maximo Mendoza coming to the plate. Ground to pour, scoops it, whips it. Scooped by Facio. And out will go Mendoza on the 6-3. Fields left on, but 2 runs in. And we head to the bottom of the third with the Stars up by a pair.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
I would be scared too, because it took me a while to do it. Yeah. Complaining about landing having
Owen Laperouse starting off the bottom of the third, facing a new pitcher. That is Jay Robert, who is on the hill. Luis Diaz bringing a couple of innings, facing a total of 8. He will strike out 2. He will walk 1, give up a single hit, and allow a single run. And hands it over to Robert. Facing Laperouse, LeBlanc, and Barber. Last game period for Star 16. Has got a swing and a miss. And out goes Laperouse. Star 16, 0-2. As that one is lifted in the direction of left field, but coming in to make the catch is Maximo Mendoza, and out goes LeBlanc. But if you look at the standings, Star 16 in a division that's got a 2-0 team. So it doesn't matter if you win the game, you're not going to improve upon your mark better than 1-2. I mean, it matters if you win the game, you want to win, you don't want to lose. But from a pool standing perspective and the ability to play beyond pool play. Foul back by Tyler Barber. This is it for Star 16, which may be the additional motivation. You don't want to leave here without a win. That was a rather unusual swing and miss. And it brings it into the inning and turns it into a 1-2-3, bottom of the third.
They just tell their kids to stop now. None of our kids are going to make it. We couldn't make it. No.
We head to the fourth on JockJive.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
See, I could have worn mine. I wouldn't have asked me either. They didn't say it looked good. Mama said that ain't no match.
Yeah, but nowadays the brown and the black, you know how we used to be like, that was a big no. But I think it's more like the tan. The tan isn't bad. I think tan isn't bad.
Brown was like this.
Because I feel like it's
And they didn't, Mom was like, it don't go. So I was like, let me go stop at the mall real quick. I'm going to get a black pair. And I did. I went to get the black pair right before we got here. I like these too. Those are comfortable.
yeah, they're very. I wore them the whole time we was in Panama. They're waterproof, so I just kept going everywhere.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Babin starts it. Tillman and Norman to follow. Got a new pitcher on the hill, Cody Dawson. Jorge Gaona will work 3 innings. Face 17. No strikeouts, 2 walks, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 hit batsmen. And hands it over to Cody Dawson, who, by the way, will be the leadoff hitter in the fourth. As the count goes to 2-1 on Babin. Babin with a walk and a run scored in the second. We have not had a game go 7. This has the potential. Back onto the grass at second goes LeBlanc. And Babin with the fly out. We've had 6 games go 6. And we've had 1 game go 4. Well, we know this one is going 4. And with more than an hour left in the time limit, should go more than 4. Carter Tillman ground into a 1-3. That happened in the second inning. Austin Norman on deck. Well, we sure hope you think of JockJive as an alternative source for sports. So when you tune into all the other channels, and yes, there are a plethora, but they haven't got what you want, Maybe we do. Walk to Tillman. That'll be the first Dawson walk. Right now, primarily baseball. As a matter of fact, I guess exclusively baseball. About the 22nd of August, we start blending in football. Sometime in late August, we anticipate volleyball and baseball. So we'll have that mix. Get to about November, we'll toss in some basketball. Around the first of the year, back to softball. So a lot of sports, and it's all year long. Swing and a miss by Austin Norman, and an RBI single in the second. 1 for 1. One ball, couple of strikes. Dawson's pitch. Dawson coming off the bump to get it. Norman out number 2. While Tillman goes to second.
We only need one, boys.
2 outs from Rylan Easterly, who got hit by a pitch in the second. A 1 pitch to Easterly. Gabe Morgan to the on-deck circle. Dawson, Porsche, and Guidry in the bottom of the 4th for Southern Impact. Trying to go to 2-0. Star 16 trying to go to 1-2. And wrap up their weekend here in the Hammond area. Swing and a miss, and Easterly goes down. So Dawson will give up a walk, but get a strikeout to balance it out. Leaves the runner on and sends us to the bottom of the 4th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the fourth, Cody Dawson starts it. Dakota Porsche and Caden Gindry due up in the inning, too. Cody Dawson, who began in left, now pitching. And he struck out looking in the first. That is stopped at second with a diving play, but the throw over at first will pull off Formo. No longer Easterly at second. Let's see who that is playing second. Coach coming out to ask about the play, and we'll go to the umpire again and see how the play at first turns out. And the indication is the runner at first is safe. So that'll be charged as an error. Getting Dawson on. And that is Ian Lavelle now playing second. I mean, the nice stop. But with the throw over, misfire. And a runner on with nobody gone for Dakota Porsche. Porsche with a single, a stolen base, and a run score. We are just now hitting the 1 hour mark. It's Easterly, who is playing short. I think that's who you've got there. Who will get Dawson on the 6-4 putout? No, but still Michael Winters. So Winters will get Dawson. 6-4 goes the putout. Out number one, a runner at first. And Caden Gindry coming to the plate. Zayden Talley to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch to Gindry. On the outside part of the plate, Gregory able to pull it back into the strike zone and convince Blue it was on the corner. And it is 0-2 on Gindry. That is fouled away as Porsche took off for second. But he will go back to first. Big thank you to the Showcase for the opportunity to stream you games. To SLU for the chance to sit here in the box at Alumni Field and use their internet, which is kind of important to be able to stream. Over to first goes the throw. Back safely is Porsche. 1 ball, couple of strikes. Caden Gindry with a fly out to left field. That is swatted in the direction of center, and that will drop in. Base hit, Gindry on. Porsche at second. Tying runs aboard, and the go-ahead run comes to the plate in the form of Zayden Talley. Felipe Facio to the on-deck circle. Talley with a walk in the second, got in the second, was left there. On the inside part of the plate with a pitch from Robert. or this is a Louisiana influenced team that could be Robert. As a matter of fact, I would lean towards it being Robert. Now, if my parents had pronounced my name, I was talking about earlier today, I was kind of given boring names. Of course, my parents probably didn't think they were boring, but I did. But now, if they had pronounced my name Robert Robert, well, that's different. Maybe that's what I should do. I mean, Stephen Colbert does it, right? And he's got a late night TV show. Okay, that settles it. I'm now officially Robert Williamson. That's going to get the bat as Tally ducks to get out of the way. And it stays 0-2 on Tally.
Your mom's got Affleck.
Couple of base runners on. There's one gone. We are in the bottom of the fourth. It's a wild pitch that'll move runners up. Porsche to third, Guidry to second. Zayden Talley walked in the second. One ball, couple of strikes. And that will be foul, tipped into the mid of Gregory. Robert will pick up his third strikeout of the game. And Guidry going to get a runner. I believe that is Barber coming in to run for Guidry. Guidry, the catcher, getting the courtesy runner, but had made his way to second. Had been on the base path a bit. Outside to Facio. Facio struck out in the second. Jorge Gaona moving to the on-deck circle. That is popped up but out of play. Morgan, Lavelle, and Gregory when you get to the fifth for star 16. And that'll hit him. Facio given a free pass, and the bases are loaded. Runners at first, second, and third for Jorge Gaona. Inside with the first pitch, and the count goes to 1-0. Gaona ground out to first in the second. 0 for 1 in the ball game. That is ground towards first as well. And something apparently was called before the swing. A balk. And Porsche will come in to score. Facio and Guidry move up, and it's a 3-2 game. And that's got Coach out of the dugout to have a conversation with Robert. At the moment, it looks like Robert stays. Came into the game in the third. Put together a 3-up, 3-down inning. And then here in the fourth, gives up a single, hits one, and then commits the ball. And the run is in. It's a one-run game with the tying run at third. Gaona back at the plate. With a 1-0 count, here's the Robert pitch. A little bit outside. Owen Lapérouse to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside to Gaona. And to go along with a plethora of different Robert looks, there's a walk. He's had a strikeout, he's had a walk, he's had a hit batsman, he's given up a hit, he's committed a balk. And now Owen Lapérouse comes to the plate. And the bases are loaded again. On the outside part of the plate to Lapérouse, who is one of the 3 Robert strikeouts. You've had Lapérouse and Barber in the third, and has gotten tally here in the fourth. That is sent back this way. Ricochets off the window. Fans with an opportunity to grab one, instead ran from one. And Lapérouse will strike out looking. 3 runners left aboard, 1 run's in. It's a 1-run game as we head to the 5th. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the 5th gets underway. Gabe Morgan will start it. Ian Lavelle and Levi Gregory
due up in the inning, too. If you are wondering, hey, what about the time limit? Unofficially, 3:28 would put us an hour 50 in. And we are 31 minutes away. Actually, a little more than 31. How about 37 minutes away? So still a shot at 7. Haven't had a game go 7 yet. But with a little better than 35 minutes left in the time limit, this one's got a chance. Swing and miss. Morgan will go down. Back-to-back Ks for Dawson. Got Easterly to end the 4th. Morgan to begin the 5th. And there's one away for Ian Lavelle. Lavelle ground into a 4-3. Levi Gregory to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Lavelle. Lavelle 0 for 1. On the outside part of the plate to Lavelle. Top of the order in the bottom of the 5th. Southern Impact sending LeBlanc, Barber, and Dawson to the plate. Strawberry Stadium, home to the Lions football team, just beyond center field. And the stadium comes complete with a nice parking garage. So you can come to a football game, and if it's bad weather day, you may not have to spend a lot of time in the weather getting to the vehicle. Late swing, and out goes Lavelle. 4 in a row, set down by Dawson, 3 via the K. And Levi Gregory will come to the plate. He walked, and his runner got caught stealing second about a pitch after he walked. Outside of the strike zone with the opening pitch to Gregory, Luis Diaz moving to the on-deck circle. 1, 2, and 3 in the order for Southern Impact in the bottom of the 5th. Stars averaging 2 runs a game. Have 3 in this one. Southern Impact scored 7 in their lone pool play game thus far and have 2 in this one. 3-0 on Levi Gregory. That'll find the zone, and the count goes to 3-1. Three-one pitch. It is swung on and missed. 3-2. Here's the payoff. It missed, and Gregory is walked. That will be the second Dawson walk. It is the 4th for Southern Impact pitching. And it will send us back to the top of the order. Ian Lavelle coming in to run for Gregory. As Luis Diaz comes to the plate, 1 for 2 in the game. Popped out to center field in the 1st. Singled in the 3rd and lifts this one to left field and will be dropped in the 5th. Gregory at second. I guess Gregory thought there were fewer than 2 outs. I would have thought Gregory would have been at third. But instead he is at second. Michael Winters to the plate. And he will float that one right over the head of second baseman Hayes LeBlanc. Meanwhile, in to score is Gregory's runner Lavelle. And Winters delivering with an RBI single. And the lead goes back to 2. And Star 16 now has scored as many runs in this one as they had in the 2 games prior. Swing and a miss by Red Formo. Formo has got a hit, and Formo has gotten hit. Single in the first, hit by a pitch in the third. Rolled over to third. Picked up by Laperouse. And he'll get the force out at third for out number 3. 2 runners stranded, 1 runner in. Star 16 by 2, going to the Southern Impact 5th. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. And
Come on, Impact. Come on. Yee, boys. Yee.
one pitch and 1 away as LeBlanc will ground out to third baseman Babin here in the bottom of the 5th. Tyler Barber to the plate. Barber 0 for 2. He has flown out to third and struck out. Cody Dawson to the on-deck circle. A little bit low with the pitch to Barber. And still 28 minutes left in our unofficial time limit. As that is rolled again to Babin. And Babin again to first. Able to get the out 5-3. And there's 2 gone for Cody Dawson.
So it is looking like our first non-6 inning game, which was the 4 inning game that preceded, maybe followed by our first 7 inning game, as that goes inside and Dawson claims he was hit. And the official is going to agree. Send him down to first. Yep, looked like it definitely got him right about the shin. Trying to get out of the way of the pitch of Jay Robert. Tying run coming to the plate. It is popped up by Porsche. That'll drop into right field, a base hit. And it'll put runners at first and third. Caden Guidry coming to the plate. Carter Tillman out in right. Not able to get there. It'll drop in for Porsche.
Oh, yeah, he was on that side.
Caden Guidry with a fly out and a single. 1 for 2 in the game. That Porsche base hit, the third of the game for Southern Impact. Tying run on, but there's 2 gone here in the bottom of the 5th. Sent to the screen, it's 0-2 on Guidry. Guidry the first out in the 2nd inning when he flew out to left, singled in the 4th, and grounds that one foul. To keep the count at 0-2. Gage Fields, Maximo Mendoza, and Mr. Babbitt all due up in the top of the 6th for star 16. Popped up, foul territory, and it'll get into the stands. Chase given by Formo, but ran out of room. And the at-bat will continue for Guidry. Zayden Talley hoping to come to the plate in the 5th. Low and away with the pitch. Down to second will go Porsche. Has the stolen base. Not going to be a throw, though, with a runner at third. And now a base hit could tie the game up. That is a little floater into left field. That'll be a base hit that brings in Dawson. Porsche coming to the plate. The throw not there. It's a tie game at 4. Guidry pulling into second. 2 RBI single. And it is a 4-apiece game. And now that go-ahead run in scoring position. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Talley. What a job of hitting by Guidry. Just fought off pitches, made contact, dropped it in. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Zayden Talley has walked and struck out. away with the Robert pitch. Southern Impact, a run in the first, a run in the fourth, 2 runs here in the fifth. That's a base hit. It'll find the gap. It will bring in the go-ahead run. Guidry scoring from second. Talley on his way to second. In with an RBI double. And Southern Impact claims the lead. And coach coming out to get Robert. And your new pitcher, Caden Oliver, about to make his way to the bump.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Southern Impact rallying in the bottom of the fifth with a 3-run inning. And it turned a 2-run deficit into a 1-run lead. Felipe Facio hit by the pitch and goes down to first. Couple of base runners on for Jorge Guyana. Caden Oliver is the new pitcher for Star 16. Jay Robert, as that is ground in the direction of second, and Facio stepped on and runner's interference. Out number 3. We are headed to the 6th, and Southern Impact's got their first lead of the game.
You've played some travel ball. You've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament. We're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the sixth gets underway in a 5-4 game. Gage Fields, Maximo Mendoza, and Mr. Babbitt coming to the plate. I call him Mr. because I have no first name for Babbitt. I mean, there is a first name. I just don't know what it is. Swing and a miss by Fields. Southern Impact taking their first lead of the game in the bottom of the fifth. Dawson's 1-2. Sent foul. One ball, couple of strikes. Fields with 2 singles and 2 RBIs. Had a single in the first, had a single in the third. And that's going to hit Fields. He'll go to first. And there's a runner aboard for Maximo Mendoza. Mendoza 0 for 2. He is flown out to third. He is ground out to short. Well, I was thinking for a bit this definitely was a contender for a 7-inning game. As that toss will be a pass ball that moves Fields to second. And coach coming out to the bump to have a conversation with his pitcher. The last thing Southern Impact wants to do after getting the lead is to give up the lead. That happens to be the first thing Star 16 would like to see happen. Maximo Mendoza has flown out to third and ground out to short. If we had an all-names team, we don't, but if we did, how could you not have Maximo on your all-names team? And no, you do not go short with Max. It is Maximo.
Maximo to the plate with a base runner at second. Tying run in scoring position and nobody out. Hammond on deck. Perfect bunt. And runner safe at first. Dropped by Dawson, allowing Mendoza to get on. Couple of runners aboard for Babin. Babin with a walk and a flyout. Stolen base for Mendoza without a throw. Couple of base runners in scoring position. And now Stars 16 poised to take the lead back. A little bit outside with the pitch to Babin. Dawson has had a run where he put 3 strikeouts in a row back to back to back. You would love to have another one of those runs here. Runs the count to 3-1. Ground to Facio. Facio looking back the runner and will get to the bag to get the out of Babin. And there is one away for Carter Tillman. High inside pitch to Tillman. I wonder if you were the Southern Impact coach, would you consider walking Tillman? I know you get another runner on. But then you got to force out everywhere and the possibility for the double play. On the outside part of the plate. Tillman is ground into a 1-3 and walked. He is 0 for 1 in the game. Austin Norman to the on-deck circle. Popped up on the infield. Can Facio get to it? He will, just before hitting that railing in front of the dugout, and there's 2 gone with a runner still at third. Big out for Facio. He has played a huge role here in the top of the 6th. Fielding the ground out by Babin and the fly out by Tillman. Austin Norman 1 for 2. And now, no, you don't think about walking Norman. Not worried about the force outs everywhere. You just want to get the last out. That is popped up on the infield, and guess who's underneath it? Facio. And that just might be your ball game. Well, we got 8 minutes left in the time limit, so I guess there is time to go to the bottom of the inning. But Southern Impact's got the lead, and that is your game. It will go final. And it is a Southern Impact win. Meanwhile, taking a look at your numbers. For Stars 16, a total of 6 base hits. They will strand 10. And will commit a single error. Getting a run in the second, a couple of runs in the third, and added another in the fifth. For Southern Impact, 5 hits, 3 errors, leaving 6 aboard. Got a run in the second, a run in the fourth, and had that big fifth. Scoring 3 runs in the fifth. And will win it by 1. And again, kudos to Facio, big role player in preserving the win in the top of the 6th. And that will send us to the 4th game of the day. And that 4th game matchup has UBO Central taking on Mississippi 18. As we go to the 18Us in about 20 minutes. We'll see you right at 3:45. Until then, you know the process. Camera stays on, link stays live, audio comes down as we get ready for the matchup between UBO Central and Mississippi 18.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get game number 4 underway. UBO Central coming in with a 1-1 mark, taking on Mississippi 18, who is 0-2. Mississippi 18 with an 0-2 record, not eligible to play on Championship Saturday. This is their last pool play game. UBO Central is going to need some help. Got to win and got to have some help. Extreme Scout is the team to beat in the pool. Christian Martin starting it off. Chevy Bourgeois is the 2-hitter. Jed Henry hitting 3rd. Wyatt Griffith 4th. Keegan Hanshin is the 5-hitter. Caden Henry in the 6th spot. 7-hitter Kean Micel. As you got a strikeout of Martin. Sam Valion batting 8th and Alex Baggett 9th. I believe Ben Duhan is on the plate, on the hill for Mississippi. The lineup card did not include numbers, and some of the numbers don't correspond, probably different uniform, with the game played yesterday here. So the routine is to wait for the players to come to the plate, pick up the numbers, tie them in with the lineup. And you got to put out, I believe, over at first it goes 5-3. That was the longest pause between runner crossing bag and the umpire indicating out that I may have ever seen. I wonder if he was pondering. But he gets the out and Jed Henry next. Wyatt Griffith to the on-deck circle. And there's 2 gone. Extreme Scout is the team to beat in the pool. And they come in with a 2-0 mark, having beaten both of these teams. Mississippi 18, 9-3. UBO Central 6-0. Nice job at 3rd, throw to 1st, and 5-3 goes the put-out. Wish I knew for sure who we've got at 3rd, but I'll know before the game's done, as you got a 1-2-3 top of the 1st.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
What position is he? Did Burns tell him that he's on red shirt? Yeah, when he says possibilities, I know Burns. Yeah. He said all freshmen get red shirt. Yep.
We head to the bottom of the first. Parker Harper will start it off. Maverick LaCase is the 2 guy. Braxton Albritton batting 3rd. Blaine Ash 4th. Caden Smith, the 5-hitter. Josh Dupin is the 6-hitter. Ground to short. Fielded by Henry. He'll go to 1st, and Harper's out on the 6-3. 7-hitter Eli Rich. Ben Duhan hitting 8th. 9-guy Bryson Faye. One out, nobody aboard. Maverick LaCase to the plate. Wyatt Griffith getting the start on the hill for UBO Central. Behind the plate, Christian Martin, first baseman Sam Valion. Keegan Hanshin is the second baseman. Jed Henry at short. A little bit outside of the strike zone. Alex Baggett is the third baseman. And in the outfield, you have got Kean Micel in left, center fielder Chevy Bourgeois, and the right fielder Caden Henry. On the outside part of the plate, 2 gone. Ground out by Harper. Strikeout by LaCase. And that's got Braxton Albritton coming to the plate. Blaine Ash moving to the on-deck circle. When you get to the top of the second, UBO Central's got Griffith, Hanshin, and Henry all due up. Floated in the direction of right field, and too far away from the warning track is Caden Henry. Bringing in the fly ball and turning it into a 1-2-3 top and bottom of the first. drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. Top of the second gets underway. Wyatt Griffith will start it. Keegan Hanshin and Caden Henry 2 up in the inning. 2 ground to short, fielded by Harper. Whips it over to first. And Griffith wraps into the 6-3. Keegan Hanshin coming to the plate. Caden Henry moving to the on-deck circle. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. No WNBA until 6 o'clock. So we're still a couple of hours away from your first pitch. Do have some Major League Baseball. Thought we might have a final by now, but we don't. Got a top of the 9th game. Tied at 5, Rays and Twins. End of 8 cards, 8-6 over the Cubs. Top of the 7th. Blue Jays 3-2 leading the Angels. Bottom of 3, Red Sox pounding the Nationals 9-zip. No score, Reds and Phillies in the top of the 4th. Braves and Orioles tied at 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. End of 3, Marlins 2-1 over the Brewers. Mets midway through 3, 5-2 over the Yankees. And in the bottom of the 3rd, Diamondbacks with a 2-zip lead over the Royals. As that is fouled away by Hanshin. Caden Henry to the on-deck circle, Ash, Smith, and Dupin. When you get to the bottom part of the inning, ground to short again. Harper's got it again. And he's gotten to first again. A pair of 6-3s accounting for the first 2 outs in the second inning. And there's 2 gone for Caden Henry. Kean Micelle to the on-deck circle. A little bit high with the Duhan pitch. Ash Smith and Dupin, I mentioned that, bottom part of the second. 5 in a row retired by Duhan. Trying to make it 6 straight. Wait, you got a runner on. How'd that happen? You've only got a single out. And you got a runner on for Griffin, apparently. So I guess he didn't wrap into the 6-3. So one away and one aboard. And apparently one of those 6-3s missed the mark as Caden Henry takes the pitch. Want to make sure who that is, though, by the way, over at first. It could be Hanshin. If it is Hanshin, then he reached. Popped up by Henry. And it'll get into the stands and out of play. One aboard, one away, one at the plate in a scoreless game. And scratch the 5-in-a-row thought where Duhan is concerned. And that runner is Hanshin. So apparently it was not there in time to get Hanshin. So let's charge that as E6 or a hit. I'm going to credit him with a base hit. Allowed him to get aboard. And now you got a walk of Henry. And a couple of runners on. Key and Micelle coming to the plate. And it is Sam Vellion who moves to the on-deck circle. Upstairs with a pitch to Micelle. UBO Central trying to go to 2-1, keep their hopes alive for a Sunday berth. Henry able to get back safely. Ash trying to tag him out after the throw from Albritton. But Henry able to get back. I am trying to think of the last game or day, not game necessarily, but the last day that I worked for the showcase and we did not have at least a little rain. And there's a walk of Micelle. The bases are loaded. Sam Vellion coming to the plate. And coach coming out to converse with Duhan. After the single and the 2 walks. And the bases loaded with 1 away. Okay, I'm going to have to pull out the old Google Calendar. I know last weekend in Baton Rouge there was rain every day. I know yesterday there was rain. The week prior, I was in Atlanta, didn't handle the event at the University of South Alabama. Nicholls State had all kinds of rain. I guess it was Southern Miss. First weekend in June. So it was a month ago that I worked a game or a day with a showcase that did not have rain. So that would make today historic. If we can get through the rest of this one and the next one uninterrupted. Fouled away by Vellion. Alex Baggett to the on-deck circle. Popped up on the infield. Ash will call for it at first, make the catch, and there's 2 gone. I mentioned the University of South Alabama event that I did not work. Jason Thompson did, and Jason is back for the last weekend in the month.
at Orange Beach. I'll be working in Hattiesburg in the Dixie Boys World Series. And Jason will cover Orange Beach. Alex Baggett grounding it towards Harper at short. Won't make a throw. And in will come Hanshin to give UBO the lead on an infield Baggett single. And the bases are still loaded. Here's the baseball coming up the rest of the summer. Got the rest of the Showcase Series events at the University of South Alabama, University of West Florida, and Orange Beach. Got a Dixie Boys World Series in Hattiesburg. Got a Cal Ripken World Series in Branson, Missouri. And a Babe Ruth World Series in Jamestown, New York. Fouled back to the screen by Christian Martin. And then, of course, we get into football, but if you still want to watch some baseball, no worries. We can fix you up. Count goes even at 2 on Martin. He struck out in the first. Back to the plate here in the second. Fall ball coming up. We'll be working with Prime 9 again. Harper will drop it. And you get another run in as Henry will score. And the base is still loaded. I think we'll be working with the Showcase in the fall. Haven't officially gotten everything in place, but I'm thinking so. Got an event at Truist Park. We were there for a Native American All-Star game in June. And we're back in September. Not sure what the event is. Just know we'll be there. So a lot of baseball in the fall as well. Just a little bit outside the Bourgeois. He grounded into a 5-3 in the first. Low and away with the pitch. As I mentioned before, I think now every month of the year there is something baseball related. Games January through November, and in December we handle the ALA BCA convention, which is a baseball organization. Bases loaded, walk of Bourgeois. And that will bring in Micelle. Jed Henry to the plate. 9th hitter to come to the plate in the inning. And Juhan losing the cap in the delivery. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Henry, who ground into a 5-3. He was the last out in the first inning. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Got the inside part of the plate. Count runs to 3-1. Hanshin, Henry, and Micelle have scored. Outside of the strike zone, and Henry walks another run in. And the bases are still loaded. And we're back to the guy who began the inning, Wyatt Griffith.
Into the strike zone to Griffith, who grounded into a 6-3. Shot right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit that brings in Martin Bourgeois. Rounding the corner, coming in to score as well. Throw to the plate, has Henry on his way to third, and safely on at first is Griffith. And UBO Central goes to a 6-0 lead with Keegan Hanshin to the plate. Running is the runner for Griffith, the pitcher. And I think that was Martin who came into the game to run. In scoring position for Keegan Hanshin, who had an infield single and scored a run earlier in the inning. This is the 9th game this weekend at Southeastern Louisiana University. And of the 8 predecessors, 7 have gone 6 innings. 7 6-inning games, 1 4-inning game. And we'll see what this one does. It'll be grabbed at second. And the throw over to first. Getting the out on the 4-3. 2 runners stranded, 6 runners in as we head to the bottom of the inning. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the second gets underway. Blaine Ash will start it. Caden Smith moving to the on-deck circle. And we now know who made that great play over at third back in the first inning. Caden Smith. Caden, I think, wore 22 yesterday, wearing 23 today. Fielded at third by Baggett. He'll go to first and get Ash for out number 1. Caden Smith, followed by Josh Dupin. Top of the third, Caden Henry starts it. Kean Micelle and Sam Bellion due up in the inning, too. And great to have you watching. Don't forget, if you haven't subscribed, please do to our YouTube channel. Would like to get to 6,900 by the weekend, by the end of it. Need 43 more. Which means we got to have a big boost in subscribers. That is base hit into right center field. And Caden Smith with the first Mississippi hit of the game. Josh Dupin followed by Eli Rich. And there is back-to-back base hits. Rich delivering on his way to third. Smith. And you've got runners on the corners. Mississippi looking to respond to the 6 runs that played it in the top part of the inning. And if you're Mississippi, yeah, you'd like to have all 6 runs back. But if you could get 2 or 3 here in the second inning. Into the strike zone to Eli Rich. Then Duhan moving to the on-deck circle. Into the dirt with the pitch, thinking about second Dupin. But he will hold. You know what I totally forgot about, and I know you've been missing it as it has popped up on the infield. Sam Valion with a catch at first. And that's what our weather is like currently. Did I skip all that? 94 at the moment. And a heat index of 98. UV index 5 and moderate. Air quality 52 and moderate. Winds out of the northeast at 3, gusting to 6. Visibility is 25 miles if you had, really good eyesight. Temperature is 4 degrees above normal. Moon is at 78% illumination. And 5 days from a full moon. Ground foul towards third. And the moon at the moment, 251,204 miles away. Need any more info? Sunset at 8:07. Next moon set at 2:20 a.m. Strikeout of Duhan. A couple of runners stranded off a pair of base hits. We're done with 2, and UBO Central's up by 6.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
I'll play second base. I couldn't see. I didn't have my glass.
Top of the third, Caden Henry starts at Kian Massell and Sam Vallejo. 2 up in the inning, 2, facing Ben Duhan. Trying to overcome kind of a rocky second, in which a total of 11 went to the plate, and 6 came in and scored. One of the 6 was Henry. And is floated towards left field. And there you got the sliding catch. Let's see if I can pick up a number to tell you who by Eli Rich. And Henry with a flyout. Well, we've had a little bit of everything hit department-wise in the tournament this weekend, with the exception of one, and that's been the home run. And really haven't had anything come close. I think maybe the deepest shot was about 10 feet off the warning track. And, of course, if you're going to send it out of this park, 330 down the lines, 400 to center. Inside with the offering, and Micelle given a walk. That will be walk number 4 issued by Duhan. And you got a runner on for Sam Vallejo. Alex Baggett to the on-deck circle, swing and a miss by Vallejo. Our game got a 3:50 start, which means roughly 5:40 has got us an hour 50 in. Every game thus far has taken up the time limit. No game has finished inside 150. No 7-inning games, no 5-inning games. Only 1, 4, and the rest 6-inning games thus far. High with a 1-2 in the count evens. A little bit high, a little bit inside. Popped up in the direction of right, back onto the grass. Goes your second baseman. I'd love to know who that is. He's made a couple of very nice plays. Can't pick up the numbers until the back is turned. Just turned the back. And that was 14. That's Maverick LaCase. He's made some very nice plays at second. Alex Baggett takes a pitch a little bit inside. Count goes to 2-0. 3-0 now. Alex Baggett with an RBI single in the second. Has a runner at first with 2 gone in the third. Bottom of the order to the plate when you get to the bottom of the inning. Popped up right side. LeCase says he's got it. He does. And out will go back. A runner stranded. Nobody scores. To the bottom of the third we go. And the bottom of the order.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Round to second, you got one out, Bryson Fiat. Rounding into the 4-3 put out, one pitch and one away. As we go to the top of the third, make that top of the order here in the bottom of the third. Maverick LeCase to the on-deck circle. Wyatt Griffith getting his third inning of work in. Has given up a couple of hits. Struck out 2. No walks, no runs. Harper ground into a 6-3. That happened in the first inning. Strike delivered to Harper. And the count goes to 2-1. Top of the order in the top of the fourth for UBO Central. Another strike and the count even. One more game to go. And if it is won by Extreme Scout, they've won the pool. If it is won by Stars 18, we'll have to wait and see. 6-3 goes the put out of Harper. And there's 2 gone. Maverick LeCase next. Round to second. Henshin's got it. And there's your 1-2-3, bottom of the third.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
That is a line drive shot to center field, deepest shot of the tournament, and rolls all the way to the wall. And Christian Martin will wind up making his way to third. Well, I was just talking about no really long shots, and that was as really long as it has gotten this weekend here. As Martin will deliver all the way to the wall on the probably 2 hops. And right about the 390 mark. Chevy Bourgeois next. Got a runner at third here in the top of the 4th. Bourgeois with the ground out. And a walk, and now hit by a pitch. And you got a couple of base runners on for Jed Henry. Henry ground into a 5-3 and then had a single that drove in a run. Harper able to field, nowhere to go with it. Infield single for Henry. And Martin will score from third. And Henry will pick up his second RBI of the game. New pitcher, by the way, Eli Rich. Ben Duhan worked 3 innings. Faced 18, 1 strikeout, 4 walks, 3 hits, 6 runs allowed. And hands it over to Rich. On the inside part of the plate to Griffith. Rich starting the game in left, making his way to the bump. That is floated in the direction of center field. That's going to drop in as a base hit. Throw to second, just behind the runner. Henry able to get there safely. Bourgeois moves to third. And the bases are loaded. And Griffin's assuming there's going to be a runner for him over at first. He's already headed to the dugout. And Baggett says, I'll be the guy. Hands over to first. And the bases loaded for Keegan Hanshin. Hanshin 1 for 2 in the game. Had a single and ground into a 4-3 and did it all in the second inning. On the outside part of the plate, nothing in 2. Caden Henry to the on-deck circle. 0-2 pitch. That missed, but not by a lot. Albert Nash and Smith in the Mississippi 4th. Swing and a miss, and out will go Hanshin. And Rich will pick up his first strikeout of the game. It is the second strikeout for Mississippi pitching. And it's got Caden Henry coming to the plate. One-0 pitch. Ground slowly towards third. Smith trouble getting it out of the mid. In to score from third, Bourgeois. And that'll be charged as an E5 that keeps it loaded and gets Bourgeois in. And that's an unofficial E5. With just that little bobble, inability to get it out of the mitt. In my unofficial book, constituting an error. A little bit outside with a pitch to Kian Massell. Massell with a couple of walks. One in the second, one in the third. Right out the middle, that'll be a base hit that drives in at least one. Henry's in, Griffith will hold. And Massell with an RBI single. And the bases are still loaded. Sam Valion coming to the plate. And Henry going over to run for Baggett, who was running for Griffith, because Baggett's spot on the order not far away. He'll move to the on-deck circle. There's a base hit into right field. Griffith in to score. Here comes Caden Henry. He'll score two. And Sam Valion delivering with a 2 RBI single. And now if you're Mississippi 18, well, you felt like you needed to do something in the bottom of the fourth regardless. Now you got to, or there won't be a fifth. Run rule after 4 is 10. The lead is 11. And at the moment, Mississippi's got to get 2 in the bottom part of the inning. Or we wrap it up substantially early. We're not quite an hour into the game. A little bit inside with a pitch to Baggett. Baggett 1 for 2 in the game. Singled in the second, popped out to second in the third. Inside with the offering. 3-1. And UBO Central, which hit around in the second, is a runner away from hitting around in the fourth. That will get out of play. And the count runs to 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. It is too far inside. Baggett given a walk, and the bases are loaded again.
Strike. T-ball to Major League. Got the strike.
Top of the order, Christian Martin to the plate. He will send that one foul on the right side. If this game were to end noticeably early, I would think we began the nightcap a little early, but probably not a lot. A little bit inside with a pitch to Martin. I'm thinking that you're probably looking, best case, at a 5:45 start. I don't think we would have 30 minutes and go with the last game of the day. I think we would get closer to its originally slated 6 p.m. start. But there again, have I mentioned that everything I say and do is unofficial? So who knows? Of course, Mississippi's saying, wait a minute. We plan on coming back in the bottom of the fourth. We're not going to wrap up the game. Count even at 2 on Martin. That will get out of play, and the count stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Martin has struck out, reached on an error, and tripled. There have been 5 hits in the inning. Here's another 2-2 offering from Rich. He fights that one off, and it stays 2-2. And fouled off once more. We've had a lot of 2-2 pitches to Christian Martin, who was the first out in the first inning. Reached on the error and scored in the second. Reached on the triple and scored earlier in this inning. Base wrap into left field. Micelle in to score, everybody else station to station. And Martin with an RBI single. And that might be it for Rich. Looks like Dupin is making his way to the hill. So a new guy when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Josh Dupin. Eli Rich will work a third of an inning. And in that third of an inning, faced 10, no strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 hits, 6 runs, but leaves with the bases loaded. And Chevy Bourgeois to the plate. And if you are Mississippi now, you're looking at having to have at least 3 runs in the bottom of the fourth to get the game to the fifth. Bourgeois with the ground out, got hit by a pitch and walked. On the outside part of the plate to Bourgeois. Into the dirt with the offering from Dupin. Dupin is an extreme team member, so he will play in the next game as well. A pickup for Mississippi 18 to have a 9-player field. Harper can't make the backhand at short, and another run is in. Jed Henry to the plate. Henry 1 for 2 in the game. Henry is the 12th hitter to come to the plate. And of the 12, there's been 1 out. Henry ground into a 5-3 in the first, walked with the bases loaded in the second. Singled in a run earlier in the inning. Low pitch to run it 3-0 on Henry. We have just crossed over the 1 hour mark. Diving try by Harper to get to the shot that winds up in center field. Baggett will score. Martin will score. Henry is safely at second and Bourgeois at third. And it's a 15-zip lead. With that run, though, you can put the finishing touches on the work by Rich. A third of an inning, facing 10, no strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 hits, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 runs will play. That is popped up right side, and it will get out of play. And now the number of runs Mississippi's got to get in the bottom part of the inning is 6 to extend the game to the 5th. One-two pitch from Dupin. That is popped up right side. And that's going to drop in. Miscommunication from players or just not the ability to pick it up. And a run and an error, a hit and an error will produce 2 runs. It is a 17-zip lead. And I think Coach has decided, guys, we need to talk. So Coach trying to rally the troops when admittedly it is going to be very difficult to get back into the game. And he knows that. Players do too, but he's looking for a strong finish. A not quit, a not give up mentality. Conversation over, everybody back to where they were. Keegan Hanshin coming to the plate. He is the only out in the inning. He struck out 5 at-bats into the inning. And 9 at-bats later, he's back to the plate. And this is where the game of baseball, yes, it's a team sport. It becomes, though, an individual competition in that within oneself. Hanshin is very aware he's the only out in the inning. And he does not want to account for 2 outs in the same inning. Count goes to 2-1 on Hanshin. Even count at 2, couple of balls, couple of strikes. Hanshin is 1 for 3 today. Grounds that one towards second. Dupin, rather. Covering the bag. Nice play to get the out. Run will come in. But a nice play by Dupin covering the bag. Hanshin will go out, but he will pick up the RBI on the 4-1 putout. And there's 2 gone for Caden Henry. And those number of runs now Mississippi's got to get in the bottom part of the inning to extend the game to the 5th. 9. Low and inside to Henry. Henry, the 15th to come to the plate in the inning. Here's the 2-1. It's too far inside. Dupin coming into the game and has faced 5, given up a couple of hits, gotten an out. Ground over to LaCase. And he'll go to first to get Henry on the 4-3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 runs played in the inning. And UBO Central taking an 18-zip lead to the bottom of the 4th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the 4th, Mississippi 18 needing 9 runs to get this game to the top of the 5th. after a 12-run, 8-hit top of the fourth. UBO Central a 6-run second, sending 11 to the plate, and a 12-run fourth, sending 15 to the plate. Fouled away in the direction of third. Braxton Albritton with a fly out to right field. Blaine Ash, Caden Henry due up in the inning too. And there is a walk given to Albritton. Here's the irony to the current score. For UBO Central, if there is a chance to play on Sunday, of course, first of all, they've got to hope that Extreme Scout gets beaten in the game coming up. But more important than the 18 runs that UBO Central has scored is that goose egg on the other side of the scoreboard. That's the thing they're more interested in. And they want to keep Albritton from scoring. Not to add insult to injury, but because if they do get into a two-way tie with an Extreme Scout, well, the play was designed to pick off the lead guy on the drop strike 3, and instead it nearly picked off the pitcher. So Griffith got the strikeout, but he didn't get the out. And a couple of base runners are on. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. But if you look at the 18U division, and you look at B, in Pool B, Extreme Scout 2-0 with a game left against Stars 18. So if you're UBO Central, you at the moment have allowed 10 runs and Extreme Scout has allowed 3. So you got a lot of hope in Stars 18. First of all, you got to hope they win. Secondly, you got to hope they score more than 7. And then thirdly, you got to hope if you are UBO Central, you don't let that guy at second come in and score. Or then the odds get even greater against you. Coming around to score, it'll be Albritton on the E5 as Smith winds up at second. And apparently it wasn't out of Ash earlier. That would be because first was occupied. So all of that activity with the throw down to second really not necessary because there was not a drop strike 3 scenario with first occupied. That is hit well towards right field. It will drop in and be extra bases for Josh Dupin. All the way to the wall, bringing in Smith. And it's an 18-2 game. So those 2 runs, I know there's a 16-run lead, but those 2 runs are more detrimental to UBO Central than the 18 they played it. And now with the 2 runs scored, means that you've got to hope for a Stars 18 win and that Stars 18 scores 9 or more. Fielded by Baggett, looks back the runner, going to third, Dupin, and he will get in safely as the ball is off its mark with the throw back to Henry. And there is 2 gone. Been too hot. Stepping in. Round to second, fielded there by Hanshin, goes to first, and that is your ball game. A mercy rule kicks in. And it's UBO Central going 2-1 in pool play. Mississippi 18 wrapping up their pool play at 0-3. Mississippi 18, 3 hits. And let's see, they had more than one. Wound up with a total of 4 errors. Stranded 3 and got their 2 runs in the 4th. UBO Central finishing with a single error, leaving 3 on. 11 base hits, 6 runs in the 2nd, and 12 runs in the 4th. Well, we know that the last game will begin on time. We think it will begin a little early. Maybe not a lot, but a little. Possibly around 5:45. That is when Stars 18 and Extreme Scout meet for the last game of the day at Southeastern Louisiana University. You know the process, right? Camera stays on, link stays live. Audio comes down as we get ready for the last game of the day. And with that pitch, you've got your last game of the day underway. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson. Set to bring you the coverage. Stars 18 and Extreme Scout, a 1-1. Stars 18 and an Extreme Scout 2-0. Then all Extreme's got to do is win the game, and they are in. Lose the game, and you give some folks a possible shot. But it depends on how you lose. And we'll talk about all of that in a bit. Trey Diodande starting it off for Stars 18. They are decked out in the dark blue and are the visiting team. A.J. Lavispear is the two-hitter. Trey Davis batting third. Bryn Ray fourth. Merrick Perry fifth. 6-hitter Nate Jenkins. Taj Bonet is the seven-hitter. Branson Ray hitting eighth. As that is ground to second. Over to get it is Matt Beattie. He'll go to first low, but able to scoop it is Ty Poole. And there is one away. Nate Jenkins hitting sixth. Did I mention that already? Taj Bonet seventh. Branson Ray eighth. Jamin Francis ninth. Preston Babineau in the 10-hole. Brady Martin getting the start on the hill for Extreme Scout. Meanwhile, behind the plate is J.C. Erickson. Ty Poole at first, Matt Beattie at second. Shortstop Luke Martinez. And another opportunity for Beattie at second. And you got a pair of 4-3s. Luke Martinez, the shortstop. And Aiden Morrell is at third. Landon English in left. Center fielder Marcus Gradney Jr. And the right fielder is Dominique Mendieta. Trey Davis to the plate with two gone. And that'll be a base hit right up the middle. 2-out single and a runner on for Stars 18. Bryn Ray coming to the plate. Davis delivering with a 2-out base hit. So the no-hitter is over. 3 at-bats into the game from Brady Martin. Stars 18 with a loss to UBO Central 6-4 and a win over Mississippi 18 7-6. Extreme Scout has beaten those two teams. UBO Central 6-0, Mississippi 18 9-3. So what have you got to do to get in? Well, if you're Stars 18, it is going to be very difficult. Because you come into the ball game tied with UBO Central in the runs allowed department at this moment without the game even getting underway, and are about 12 runs behind in the runs scored if you had to go to the next tiebreaker. So though mathematically, I guess there is a way Stars 18 gets in, man, would it be tough. Fouled away over towards first. Diving to get their pull and couldn't. Well, let's see. If you're Stars 18, you got to finish with a win over Extreme Scout, and with UBO Central in the mix, then you'd have 3 teams where one has beaten the other and so on and so forth. So the head-to-head would not apply and the runs allowed would. Inside the ring, and Extreme Scout has allowed 3. Stars 18, 12. UBO Central, 12. So if I'm calculating right, and you are Stars 18. First of all, you've got to score at least, as that'll get by Beatty and find its way into right center field. Round in the corner, Davis headed home. There won't be a throw, and Stars 18's on the board. So an RBI single from Ray brings in Davis. But the first thing you've got to do if you are Stars 18 is score 10. And that would thus put the runs allowed for Extreme Scout at 13. Which would get you ahead of Extreme Scout. So you got to score 10 if you're Stars 18. Or at least 10 more than Extreme Scout. So you got a run rule. That is a tall order in itself. For UBO Central to get in, then Stars 18 has got to score 10 or 9. Extreme Scout allowing 12. Then you go to the next option, which is runs scored, and UBO Central has scored 9 more runs than Extreme Scout coming in. So all of that just to say, if you are Extreme Scout, even if you lose the game, you are in pretty good shape. Though mathematically others could have a chance. That is off the mid. It's short of Luke Martinez. And a couple of runners on in a 1-zip game. But I guess instead of speculating, we can just wait until the end of the game and see what the final is in this one. Add the totals, and there you go. Speculating won't change the end result. Nate Jenkins with Taj Bonet to the on-deck circle. A little bit high to Jenkins. Not a bad day when you've got a 6 p.m. game getting a 5:39 start with 4 games ahead of it. But the last game, UBO Central 18-2 over Mississippi 18, ended early. And is what is in large part responsible for us beginning early. Inside with a pitch to Jenkins. Three balls, 1 strike. Nate Jenkins awaits. Here's the Brady Martin pitch. On the outside part of the plate. Payoff pitch. It is wrapped in the direction of left field. And that will slide underneath the mid of a diving Landon English. It is Ray Perry coming in to score. Pulling into second, Nate Jenkins. And 3 runs have plated in the first. Jenkins with a 2 RBI double. And Taj Bonet coming to the plate. Got a runner coming in for the pitcher Jenkins. That is Trey Diodande, who will run at second. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Bonet. Bonet is a Blue Jay, but Stars 18 wasn't sure they would have 9. So summons help. And actually wound up with 10. Couple of strikes on Bonet. Low inside pitch. Branson Ray moving to the on-deck circle. Here is the 1-2 offering. It is a little bit inside.
Got it, he's out. Hit the bat.
And apparently that was either swung on and missed or foul tipped into the mid. Now J.C. Hendrickson. Well, we can always go back, take a look. See if we can pick anything up on the Bonet swing that puts it into the inning. Well, there you have the call. And there you have the end of the first, at least the top part. We go to the bottom half on JockJive.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Luke Martinez will start it off for Extreme Scout. Marcus Gradney Jr. is the 2-hitter. Ty Poole in the 3 spot. Brad Chason batting 4th. 5-guy J.C. Hendrickson. Matt Beatty is the 6-hitter. Dominic Mendieta batting 7th. Landon English 8th. Aiden Morrell 9th. And Colson Martinez in that 10 spot. Sliced over in the direction of right field, and Martinez on with a leadoff single. Nate Jenkins getting the start on the hill for Stars 18. Behind the plate is A.J. Lavispear. Merrick Perry at first, second baseman Branson Ray. Shortstop is Trey Davis, and at third, Preston Babineau. Taj Bonet is in left. Trey Diodande in center field. And the right fielder is Jamin Francis. High into the air. And coming in from short to make the catch, Trey Davis. 1 out and 1 on for Ty Poole. Brad Chason to the on-deck circle. How is the weather? 92 currently. Feels like 95. 4 degrees above normal. Winds out of the east-northeast at 4, gusting to 7. UV index 1 and low. Air quality 51 and moderate. 50% humidity. 25 mile visibility. 8:07 sunset. 2:20 a.m. moonset. Next full moon 5 days away. Into the strike zone, and out goes Ty Poole looking. And there's 2 gone for Brad Chason. And for those wondering, the moon, 251,167 miles away. Brad Chason with a base runner still in first in Martinez. Maybe, just maybe, we can get through the day with no rainfall. But according to the forecast, that may not be true tomorrow. Looking at the radar, looks pretty good until about 4 a.m. There is stuff in the Gulf. As you got a stolen base by Martinez. That could pay us a visit sometime tomorrow. I am just savoring the moment, though, as I mentioned earlier. I think the last day that I did a game or a series of games for the Showcase Without Rain was in Hattiesburg at Southern Miss. That'll go to the screen, and Martinez takes third. And that was a month ago. And though yesterday was not delayed by rain, we had some rain. And I know the day is not done. That is popped by Chason to right field. Jamin Francis there for the catch. And Martinez left on. I know we've still got more innings to go. More in this game left. Could have a shower. Let's hope not. I'm doing the positive thinking thing. We're going to have a rain-free Saturday.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the second gets underway. Branson Ray popping it over to first. High pull there for the catch. And there is a pitch in and out in the second. Jamin Francis to the plate. And Preston Babineau moving to the on-deck circle. Inside with a pitch to Francis. After one inning, 3 stars, 18 runs. None for Extreme Scout. So that Extreme Scout runs allowed total now at 6. Which obviously is of interest to UBO and the Stars 18. Inside with a pitch to Francis. Center field, 400 feet away. Down the lines, 330. And there's a walk extended to Francis. First walk given by Martin. And a runner on for Preston Babineau. Major League Baseball scores finally got some finals. Twins over the Rays, 6-5. Cards beat the Cubs, 8-6 in 11. Blue Jays beat the Angels, 4-3. Red Sox, 10-3 over the Nationals. Phillies beat the Reds, 5-1. Marlins over the Brewers, 4-2. You know, I got to check. See what kind of attendance they had there. 16,000 yesterday. 11,000 today. Man, they just cannot draw a crowd in Miami. Stolen base for Francis at second. Diamondbacks 7-1 over the Royals. And a couple of games in progress. Orioles and Braves tied at 6. That's going to the bottom of the 9th. Mets 11-6 over the Yankees, bottom of the 8th. And still a number of games to go. Tigers, Guardians, Astros, Dodgers, White Sox and Rockies. Rangers, Padres, Giants, A's, Mariners, and Pirates all later. WNBA, Sparks and Fever just underway. And let's see if Caitlin is playing. No. At least has not started the game, and that's a good indication she will not play in the game. On the outside part of the plate to Preston Babineau. And there's 2 gone. Trey Diodande to the plate. A.J. Lavispear moving to the on-deck circle. Hendrickson, Beatty, and Mendieta when you get to the bottom of the second for Extreme. Diodande with a ground out to second in the first. 0 for 1 in the game. Lavispear waiting his chance next. Outside to Diodande. Count goes to 2-1. And if you want to catch up on all the scores from games today, yesterday as well, download that Showcase Series app. In the event you have not, here's today's scores.
Extreme Scout beats Mississippi 18. 9-3. Sports U 18 over Blue Jays 19. 2-1. UBO Central. 6-4 winners over Stars 18. Star Scout 17. 8-zip over Sports U 18. And you get a strikeout of Deonde. One runner stranded, nobody scores. To the bottom of the second we go.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Three more weekends this summer with the showcase, and there are two of them next week at the University of South Alabama in Mobile. 2 weeks from now, it'll be at the University of West Florida. And then the last weekend of the month at Orange Beach. And then we'll think about the fall, which has a lighter, narrower schedule. Instead of a Friday through Sunday, it's a Saturday and Sunday. Inside the J.C. Hendrickson. Matt Beatty and Dominique Mendieta. 2 up in the inning as well. And I think those 2 days versus 3 during the school year is primarily because of the football and the school on Friday. And I don't think it is yet posted where fall ball takes place, but that will happen soon. You'll see that information on the app. Strike 3, and out goes Hendrickson. The old backwards K getting Hendrickson and bringing Matt Beatty to the plate. Where was I score-wise? I think I stopped at the Sports U win over the Blue Jays 19. Crushers Elite today, beating Blue Jays 16, 13-4. UBO Henry over Capitals 15, 9-2. UBO Central beating Stars 18, 6-4. Star Scout 17, 8-zip over Sports U 18. Southern Impact, 5-4 winner over Stars 16. Mississippi Scout 16 beats Extreme 16, 9-zip. And the Blue Jays 16 over the AEI Tigers 9-7. And taking a look at your standings. In 16U, Crushers Elite and Southern Impact, both 2-0. As you got a walk given to Beatty. He'll go down to first with one away.
Dominic Mendieta next. And let's see who those two teams play. There's enough teams in the pool that they may not play one another. Southern Impact's got AEI Tigers tomorrow. Crushers Elite taking on Premier tomorrow. So, yeah, they won't play. So that means the tiebreakers could play a role, or would, if both teams finish unbeaten. That'll go to the screen and on his way to second, Beatty. Gets there on the wild pitch. And then the rest of the 16U standings. Blue Jays 16, 2-1. Then love from both teams to falter. AEI Tigers 1-1. All with still a chance. In B, Ace Academy Scout 2-0. Louisiana, Mississippi Jays 16U 1-0. UBO Henry has finished 2-1. Mississippi Scout 16, 1-1. Capitals 15 and Extreme 16, 0-2. Landon English on deck, pitch outside, and Beatty with a wild offering will go to third, and Mendieta with a walk to first. So a couple of runners on for Landon English. Aiden Morrell moving to the on-deck circle. Running is Mendieta. It was fouled off, and Mendieta will go back to first. So in 16U, Crushers Elite with the advantage, but doesn't have it wrapped. Southern Impact 2-0, but 4 runs back in the runs allowed department. In B, Ace Academy with the advantage at 2-0, but Louisiana, Mississippi 16U team 1-0. UBO Henry with a shot, and Mississippi Scout 16 with a shot. But all need teams ahead of them to falter. 18U standings. We will know Pool B after this game. Pool A has Star Scout 17 at 2-0. Bandits at 1-0-1. Sports U at 1-1-1. And that's going to be a double play. Great catch in center field by Deonde, and English will fly out, and Mendieta will get picked off at first.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third gets underway. A.J. Lavispear going after the first pitch. Pops it over towards the dugout. Ty Poole giving it a chase, but not able to get there and runs into the railing. And Chasey Hendrickson says, let me lean up against the railing on a hot day here in Hammond, Louisiana. Trey Davis and Bryn Ray due up in the inning as well. Got a 5:39 start. We are currently at 6:17. So right at 40 minutes into the game. And still a little better than an hour left in our 150. Fouled off by Lavispear, who ground into a 4-3 in the first inning. UBO Central waiting in the wings going, go Stars, go Stars. But they need more than a Stars win. They need that Stars win by a certain margin. Or at least having plated a certain number of runs. And at the moment, I would say they need about 6 more Stars runs. As out goes Lavispear. Brady Martin picking up his 4th strikeout of the game. And there's one away for Trey Davis. Davis with one of 3 first-inning base hits. And as a matter of fact, all of the hits, all of the runs for Stars 18 came in that first inning. Aiden Morrell, Colston Martinez, and Luke Martinez in the bottom of the inning for Extreme. Count goes even in 1. We haven't had a shot leave the park, but Davis wanted to send one there. 330 feet down the line towards left. Another one into the strike zone, 1-2. Just a little bit low. Count runs even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. There's a swatted one outside, and Davis. Strikeout number 5 in the game for Martin. And there is 2 gone for Trey Davis. Davis with a single, scored a run back in the first. On the outside part of the plate from Martin. This is Brady to Bryn, Martin to Ray. And Ray trying to hold up the swing, but I don't think he did. Well, an appeal down the line. And Blue says, yep, he did hold up. I think Ty Poole came over to go, are you sure about that? Just a little bit low and inside. Bryn Ray with a single and a run scored in the first. 2 gone and nobody on in the third. And the count goes even at 2. Southeastern Louisiana University home to the Lions, who finished 38-16 this year. Atop the Southland Conference, but suffered an early upset loss and played 2 in the conference double elimination tournament. Or actually 3 and lost 2. Ray strikes outside, retired in order, all fanned, by Brady Martin. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the third, Aiden Morrell will start it off. Colston Martinez and Luke Martinez. Got your M&M's. Morrell, Martinez, and Martinez in the bottom of the third. Brady Martin has now retired 5 stars in a row, and he's struck them all out. Starting with the last 2 outs in the second and the 3 outs in the third. We have not had, at least here at this park, a double-digit strikeout guy this weekend. Could Brady Martin do it? He is now fan 6 in 3 innings. Aiden Morrell with a 1-2 pitch. It's too high and the count even. Hammond began as a junior college. I mentioned that. And that's really not that unusual. There's a college in Georgia, several as a matter of fact, began as junior colleges. One recently, ABAC, Abraham Baldwin. I'm trying to think of the Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College. Inside and a walk given to Morrell. Began as a junior college. It is now an NAIA school, 4-year institution. This particular college, the result of a junior college in 1925. And I guess that particular college, now the result of a junior college in 2025. But not an unusual process. Said all that to say that it is not unusual to see these colleges begin as juniors and eventually wind up as, in this case, universities. Popped up towards Bonet, and he'll back off at the last moment to allow Deonde to make the catch. And Martinez with a fly out. Luke Martinez with one away and one aboard. Marcus Gradney Jr. to the on-deck circle. And at one point, Southeastern Louisiana University was Southeastern Louisiana College. And I put my degree in Googleology to good use and looked up what the difference is between the two. As that is popped up by Martinez, Perry giving it a chase but running out of room. Generally, a college focuses on undergraduate education, offering bachelor's degrees, sometimes associate degrees, while a university encompasses both undergraduate and graduate programs, including master's and doctorates. So there you have it. Difference between college and university. Or I guess more appropriately, when you have a doctorate degree, université. Martinez with a single in the first. Marcus Gradney Jr. to the on-deck circle. Picked up at third by Babineau. Goes to first. Won't be able to get it there in time. And on is Martinez. And I'm scoring that as a base hit. A couple of base runners on. With one away from Marcus Gradney Jr. A little bit outside with the pitch to Gradney. One ball, no strikes. Gradney with a pop out to short. 0 for 1 in the game. Ty Poole on deck. Outside to Gradney. Fourth inning for the Stars has Perry, Jenkins, and Bonet coming to the plate. We have not had a game go 7 thus far this weekend. Everything's been 6 or less. And as a matter of fact, we've not had any 5-inning games. Everything has been 6 or 4. 2 4-inning games and the rest 6. Just a bit inside to Gradney. And you got a 3-1 count on Gradney. Ty Poole on deck. Outside and a walk down to first for Gradney Jr. And that will load things up for Extreme. And it will get Nate Jenkins a visitor. Here comes Brett Dorr. Talk about a couple of great coaches, too. Brett Dorr of Stars 18. Malcolm Orgeron, coach of Extreme Scout 19, a couple of Showcase and UBO legends. And currently in the middle of his troops is Brett Dorr. Ty Poole coming to the plate with the bases loaded, 1 away. Brad Chason to the on-deck circle. Extreme Scout trying to cut into the lead. It is 3. It's been 3 since the first. Inside with a pitch to Poole. Here's the 1-0 offering. It is into the strike zone, and the count goes even. Ty Poole struck out in the first. He is one of 2 Nate Jenkins strikeouts. That'll get out of play. Tomorrow the baseball starts at 9. Last game at 4:45. A 4-game slate. 18U and 16U championships decided tomorrow. But of course, still have pool play games tomorrow too. So at the end of today, we still won't know for sure who is playing in those big matchups, those title games. 18U playing at 2:30, 16U at 4:45. And 18U will be decided today, but 16U pool play won't. Fouled back to the screen by Poole. Full count and 3-2 on Poole. That's high. He's walked and the run comes in. Morrell scoring from third. And the base is still loaded. A 2-run ball game. And Extreme Scout getting their first run of the game. Compliments of the walk and down the hit batsman Chase Soul. And it's a 1-run game. And here comes Brett Dorr. And there will go Nate Jenkins. The new pitcher when we come back to Hammond.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Well, we were anticipating a new pitcher. Second visit to the bump by Torm, but that second visit did not result in the exit of Nate Jenkins. Stays in and faces J.C. Hendrickson. Hendrickson struck out looking in the second. Low inside pitch, and the count goes to 2-1. Bases are loaded. Gradney at third, Poole at second, Chason at first. Extreme a run away from tying the game. And a base hit away from likely taking the lead. as we sneak up on the 1 hour mark here in the bottom of the third. On the inside part of the plate, and the count runs full. Matt Beattie on deck. Perry Jenkins and Bonet in the fourth for Stars 18. That's a base wrap into right field. Gradney's in. Poole given the green light. He'll come in. And the Extreme Scouts have got their first lead. A 4-3 advantage. J.C. Hendrickson delivering with a single, and Matt Beattie next. Beattie with a walk, advanced on a wild pitch, got to third in the second. A little bit high to Beattie. And I think whomever will follow Nate Jenkins is ready to come into the game. And awaiting the cue from Coach Dorr. Inside with a pitch to Beattie. And the count runs to 3-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Dominic Mendieta to the on-deck circle. And that's high 2. And that is going to do it for Nate Jenkins. Thought he was leaving earlier, but he is leaving now. And it looks like it's Trey Davis getting ready to come in when we come back. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. First pitch with a new pitcher, Trey Davis, and Indiana will wrap into the 6-4. And that will get Beatty for out number 2. That looks like McNamara running for Chason. And Hendrickson will take off for second. I think that's Mindiana taking off for second. That'll get into the dirt. And here comes McNamara from third. And it becomes a 5-3 game. That will find its way into left field. Landon delivering. Mindiana coming in to score. And that'll be charged as an E5. Get us back to the guy who started the inning off. In a 6-3 game, by the way, as a run came in on the 6-4 putout that Mindiana wrapped into. And then, of course, the run coming in, McNamara running for Hendrickson. And now Mindiana coming in and scoring on the E5. That's got English over at first. So it's been a 6-run inning. Aiden Morrell began it with a walk. Back to the plate here in the third, 6 runs later. That'll get into the dirt while English gets to second. Colston Martinez to the on-deck circle. Delivered into the strike zone to Morrell. That'll go to the screen, and off to third goes English. And the walk is issued to Morrell. He'll go to first for the second time in the inning and in the game with a walk. Colston Martinez next. Top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. Luke Martinez. There won't be a throw to get Morrell with a runner at third. And now a couple of runners in scoring position for the 10-hitter and the DH. Into the strike zone to Martinez. That's wide of the zone, and the count 2-1. Martinez is the 12th hitter in the inning. As that is chopped towards short, fielded, and thrown over to first, but dropped by Perry. And your new shortstop is Branson Ray. With Davis coming from short to the bump, and that'll be an E6. Gets English in. Morrell goes to third. Martinez at first. Stars 18, the first 3 in the game. The next 7 belonging to Extreme Scout, and that's going to be an extra base hit. Rolls all the way to the wall for Luke Martinez. Morrell's in, Martinez in, as in Colston, and Martinez as in Luke, with a triple at third. And the lead goes to 6 for Extreme Scout, who have exploded here in the third. Marcus Gradney Jr. to the plate. Rolls it over towards second. And Ray will rip it and whip it over to first. Gradney grounds into the 4-3. Martinez left on. But a total of 9 runs will play as we head to the fourth.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
We head to the top of the fourth. I've got it as a 10-3 ball game here at Southeastern Louisiana University. They've got it as 9-3. Chances are they are right. I am wrong. I do have a total of 14 going to the plate. 1 was stranded. 3 go down. That leaves 10. So I'm thinking it is 10-3, but that is unofficial. Merrick Perry starting it off. Nate Jenkins and Taj Bonet due up in the inning, too. But a big turnaround regardless, whether it's 9 or 10 in the third. Taking a 3-run deficit and turning it into a sizable lead. And there is a walk handed to Merrick Perry. That snaps the string of 5 in a row, all struck out by Brady Martin with the walk of Merrick Perry. And a runner at first for Nate Jenkins. Taj Bonet to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch from Brady Martin. And definitely what would make the score irrelevant is an Extreme Scout win. If they win, the score doesn't matter. They would be the only 3-0 team in the pool. And would represent the pool in tomorrow's championship. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and out goes Jenkins. And that is the 7th strikeout of the game for Martin. Taj Bonet next. He's one of the 7 strikeout victims. Branson Ray to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit low, a little bit outside with the pitch. We are 37 minutes, I think, from the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Here in the top of the fourth with 1 on and 1 out. That's high. That's inside. And it's 3-1 on Bonet. Three-one pitch on the outside part of the plate. And the count is full. Bonet's already played today. Playing with the Blue Jays. And you got a strikeout of Bonet, K number 8 for Brady Martin. And there's 2 gone for Branson Ray. Ray, the starting second baseman, turned shortstop when Trey Davis went to the hill. Popped out to first in the second, 0 for 1 in the game. Count goes even, 1 apiece. Jamin Francis on deck. Bottom of the fourth, Poole, Chason, and Hendrickson for Extreme Scout. Just a little bit outside. Well, it looks like the other team has been determined. Bandits are in as a 2-0-1 team in that 18U championship. So I'm going to have to see what happens. As you got a strikeout of Ray in the 9th. Brady Martin K sending us to the bottom of the 4th. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down and Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Tie pool will start in. Brad Chason and J.C. Hendrickson facing Trey Davis. Bandits have taken Pool A with a 2-0-1 record. Bandits have been tough with a tie. I think they've played very well in the showcase this summer in tie events. Pool wrapping into the 6-3. Lavispear now in short, taking care of the first out in the fourth inning. So Extreme Scout, UBO Central, or Stars 18 will take on the Bandits. And of course, the front runner is Extreme Scout. Got the lead in this one, and even if they lost the game, would need to allow a total of 12 runs or more to give up the top spot to somebody else. That is sent foul into the corner by Chason. Chason with a fly out to right, got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Picked up an RBI. One pitch, right back up the middle. Ray's got it, goes to first, and I'm going to stick a 1 in on that putout. A 1-4-3. Because I don't see how it couldn't have touched Trey Davis. Two gone for J.C. Hendrickson. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Hendrickson, who has struck out and singled. 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. That is sent back our way. Slice in the direction of right field, and that's going to drop in front of Francis. 5th hit of the game for Extreme. And a 2-out base hit for Hendrickson, bringing Matt Beatty to the plate. And McNamara coming in to run for Hendrickson. Hendrickson got McNamara as a pinch runner in the 3rd, and McNamara came in and scored. And gets him again here in the 4th. And McNamara will take off for second. Matt Beatty with a couple of walks. Walked in the second and walked in the 3rd. Dominic Mendieta to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch to Beatty. And I think that hit Beatty. He'll go to first. First scout hit by Davis. Nate Jenkins hit one as well. By the way, the numbers on Jenkins were 2 1/3 innings. As that is popped up by Mendieta, but is out of Branson Ray's reach. Ray now behind the plate. Started the game at second, went to short, now catching. Jenkins, 2 1/3 innings of work, 16 faced, 2 strikeouts, 6 walks, 3 hits, 7 runs, and a hit batsman. Inside with the offering, goes to the screen, and runners move up 90. McNamara to 3rd and Beatty to 2nd. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Indiana. Indiana walked and hit into a 6-4. The 6-4 brought in a run. On the inside part of the plate. And the count runs full. 3 balls, couple of strikes. Our first noticeable buildup of clouds. As that shot right back up the middle in to score is McNamara. Beatty coming in as well. 2 runs plate. And unofficially, the lead goes to 9. Indiana, 3 RBIs in the game. And I say unofficially because, as I mentioned, there's a discrepancy between what I've got in my scorebook and we've got on the scoreboard here in the stadium. Landon English, high fly ball, center field, and that is going to sail over the head of Trey Deonde. A double that brings in another run. And I guess at this point, they must be right and me wrong. Because if it was a 10-run lead, the game would be over. So I'll just bump it down to 12. And you got a runner that now represents the end of the game at second in Landon English for Aiden Morrell. I kind of think we missed a run back there, but that's okay. Throw over to first. Won't be there in time. Infield single for Morrell. And Colston Martinez coming to the plate. That potential game-ending run now at third. As that is fouled away by Martinez. And the count is even at 1. A little bit outside with the pitch. Martinez has flown out to center field, reached on an error. Scored a run as well. Inside with the offering, Martinez given a walk and the bases are loaded. And we are back to the top of the order. Luke Martinez, 3 for 3, and it looks like instead it'll be Cooper McNamara hitting. So McNamara to the plate here in the 4th. And takes a called strike 1. On the outside part of the plate, nothing in 2. Here's the Davis 0-2 offering. Low and away, and McNamara playing the odds. The odds are that an 0-2 is going to be outside of the strike zone. That's about a 90% of the time.
Swing and a miss, and out will go McNamara. Bases left loaded. We go to the 5th in an apparent 9-run game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the 5th gets underway. Jamin Francis will start it. New pitcher on the hill is Hunter Rogers. Brady Martin will work a total of 4 innings. And in those 4 innings, face 18. Strike delivered to Francis. Martin will finish with 9 strikeouts. Walked 2, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs. And hands it over to Hunter Rogers. On the inside part of the plate, and Martin just passed that strikeout baton over to Rogers, who fans Francis. And there is one away, and if you are Stars 18, you've got to get at least a run. Actually, at least 2 runs. 8-run lead after 5 wraps it up. And the current lead is 9, meaning you've got to get it inside the 8. So Stars 18 needs a couple of runs. Preston Babineau to the plate with 1 away. On the outside part of the plate, 2-1. Trey Deonday moving to the on-deck circle. Fouled back to the screen in the count. Even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. That was close. 3-2. Count full. And there is a walk given to Babineau. He will go down to first. There is one aboard. And he and this gentleman, Trey Deonday, have got to come in to get the ball game to the bottom part of the 5th. High and away with the pitch to Deonday. 0 for 2 in the game.
He is ground out to second and struck out. Running is Babineau, and he's going to be tagged out. So there goes one of your remaining outs, and one of your needed 2 to come in. And there is 2 gone. Into the strike zone to Deonde. He was the first out in the first inning when he ground into the 4-3. He was the last out in the second inning when he struck out. A.J. Lavispear hoping for an opportunity here in the 5th. Fouled away, and it's 1-2. Stars 18 at this moment in the game, down to their last out and last strike. Hunter Rogers trying to finish it off. Deonde trying to extend it. And there is a walk given to Deonde. So still live for Stars 18. That is fouled back by Lavispear 0 for 2 in the game. Extreme Scout pitching accounting for 10 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1. And it's 0-2, and again, you've got Stars 18 down to their last strike. Oh-2 offering. Swatted towards short. It'll be scooped to throw to first. There in time. And that'll be your ball game. As this one will wrap up after 4.5. And we now know who's playing tomorrow in the 18U. It will be the Bandits, and it will be Extreme Scout. Total of 3 hits in the game for Stars 18, 3 runs. They all came in the first. They commit a couple of errors and leave 4 on. For Extreme Scout, 8 hits, 6 stranded, 1 error committed, 9 runs in the third and 3 runs in the fourth. And there's your final score and your last game of the day. Thanks so much for watching. Hey, why don't we do this again? Say tomorrow morning, roughly 9 a.m. We'll see you then. For all the folks with the Showcase and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. Good night, everybody.